of you. Good morning, Kristen. Yo, TR, Moe. It's hard, Christiane, Stargaze, Amanda, Brown Eyes. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday to you. Happy goddamn Friday. We did it. It got to be one of the weirdest weeks of all time. I love trash. Oh, hi. Pray Girls, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Joe Biden is unfit for office. All right, come tell me about it, Chief. Come tell me about Joe Biden and how he's so unfit for office. I'm excited to hear about how Joe Biden is unfit for office, but the insurrectionist who paints himself orange is the king. We gotta do that. For all the MAGA in here, congratulations on your favorite interviewer, your favorite media member in interviewing your favorite dictator. So that's terrific. Congratulations! It was nice to see. Putin just cuck Tucker Carlson and the entire GOP yesterday. Like the GOP is so desperate to be told what to do and so desperate to be led by a dictator. Go Chiefs! How dare you, airborne mom? Get out of here! We will not talk about the Chiefs. We will not talk. They are the devil incarnate. Let's see, what's this here? While we're waiting for Felice, just a reminder to everybody while we're here, we are continuing to support CoinCop, which I believe ends today, and frankly, have not decided whether or not we are going to accept gifts moving forward. That's a decision we'll have to make together. I don't know if we're going to accept gifts, yes, coins, no. I have really enjoyed knowing that the time and the effort that we put into this and the gifts that you guys give aren't going to TikTok, aren't going to agencies. As somebody who came out of an agency who was getting a third of my money, I was not happy because they did nothing. And TikTok, I don't think warrants taking a third. Like, who takes a third on processing fees? So we may not do coins in the future. We haven't decided yet. We gotta look into that. But I'm not a fan of the way that TikTok is operated. I don't like that you can build a platform and TikTok can literally take it away for nothing. Meanwhile, they're getting paid to do that. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know where Host is. Let me check with Host. Oh, there we go. Oh, she said she was getting something uploaded. All right. Oh, there she is. Hello, Host. Why are we... What's all this Chief stuff? All you guys are bowling with Chief stuff. Are you there?
Can you see me?
No, I can't, but I bet they can. Let me just reset the mic. I've had
can
to
you
do
guys
this
see
every
me?
day.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just got to switch my mic.
Okay.
How about now? Are you still there?
I can hear you if you can
Loud
hear
and
me.
clear. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Bang, bang, Niner gang, baby. Whoever said that.
Oh, God.
Host doesn't have a team in the playoffs. She has a regular season team.
No, this is really what it is. I'm a huge, shut it. What did you say? I didn't even hear what you said. I just know I don't like it.
Host doesn't have a team in the playoffs. Come playoff time, Host isn't a fan anymore because her team's never in the playoffs.
No, that's not really what it is. I just want to say the Arizona Cardinals have never been my team. If you grew up in Arizona, you would understand that at no time can you be a fan of an Arizona team because they always will let you down. They will get you to the Super Bowl, Kurt Warner, and throw an interception in the goddamn end zone. I will never, ever trust an Arizona team. But this is the other thing. Like, just as a Division I athlete, like what happened to me in that experience is like I just grew a deep respect for athletes. So like I love sports. I love watching, like I know the work it takes to be an elite level athlete. So, and you know, anytime like I see like hard work, like intelligence and athleticism come together, like that's what I'm a fan of.
That's got to be frustrating being a Cardinals fan when there's not elite
I truly am not. If you knew like how much I am not, like my family is, and I'm just like, you guys are idiots. Like, why do you want to watch this team let you down every year. I am truly not a Cardinals fan. I don't know what team it would be if, like I said, I'm an Alabama fan because I just like elite level athletics.
Like people who cheat at sports. Yeah, we get it.
You're an Alabama fan.
I'm an Alabama.
I thought.
So my best friend is a Niners fan, and he loses it every week. He's kind of like you, except for he's a real fan. Like, he's convinced every week and at least 150 times during the game that it's over and that the Niners will never win another game or gain another yard. It's quite a roller coaster.
It's not. My thing about the Arizona Cardinals is not because of emotion. It's actually based in logic. It has to do with the Arizona Cardinals are an underfunded team. They always have been. Like, when they do build a team, they build it for 1 to 2 years and then they sell, and then the players leave. Like, it's not, they're not interested. It's not like the Chiefs or
That's true. They didn't
49ers. They're not interested in building a dynasty. It's just a business.
It's true. They won't even pay for a full-sized quarterback.
Oh God, that's the other thing. The one time they spent money on a quarterback, like, that's good, supposed to last. Like, you got someone that can't see over the offensive line. Like, that's of all the dumb shit in the NFL, get someone that's fucking 6'2" or taller, for the love of God. Like, I'm sorry, but it's true. This isn't college anymore.
It's like an LOL doll.
All that happens to short quarterbacks in the NFL is you get hit enough, you tear your ACL, you can't get outside the pocket, and then you're worthless. And that's what we're seeing. Plus, with whatever his name is.
If the team is walking through a crowd, oftentimes you'll lose him. It's nice though that
no one is sure.
On certain airlines he can fly free. That's good. He can get the kids menu.
He's probably like our height, in fairness. Though.
He is our height, but he looks so little.
No, he's not. We already talked about this.
That's true.
He's like 5'9", so
I've
he's
stood
not.
Next to him.
Maybe with his cleats on, as long as he never takes his cleats off. He's not all right.
How you doing, Felice?
Oh God, I don't even know if I can do this. I don't know. I'm just glad, for once I actually had some empathy for Tucker Carlson, because I was like, he's gonna be poisoned. If he makes it out of Russia, he'll be lucky, because Putin was so angry at him. I was like, this is it. If Putin didn't need him to make it back alive, and promote this interview, he might not be making it back alive. Did you see, I don't know if you saw it, because it's not in the outline in the clips, but I have it it is in the first clip of Tucker Carlson, 17, that's the whole Vladimir Putin interview. So if you watch the beginning, and I believe, this is my opinion, because I've seen this happen with Russian state media interviews. You know how Tucker was like, well, Putin felt disrespectful when you interrupt someone to be like, why are you waxing poetic about fake history? Tucker several times tried to interrupt him, and he was getting progressively more mad and emasculating him. Yeah. Well, after that, if you look at the beginning of the interview, after that awful 2-hour interview where Putin was like, I'll keep going, and Tucker's like, thank you for your time. I have to get out of here, with And then he goes across the street on a roof, across the street from the Kremlin. This is the beginning of the interview. And he looks so, believe me, Putin was like, you better say this. He's literally it might have looked during the interview like I was annoyed because I thought he was grandstanding or I thought, I have it. I thought he was filibustering, but I was wrong. And Putin is a nice guy.
Here it is.
I'm like, oh my God, Tucker's not making it out alive.
Here it is.
Shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not.
I like that. That was mostly it, right? Sorry, my mic's cutting it out. That was mostly it, right? You're muted, Felice. Muted.
Like, we concluded in the end that it was sincere, so I can leave Russia without being poisoned. Like,
together, all of us came to this conclusion that while we wanted to interview him, it was indeed a misunderstanding when we were frustrated that he filibustered for 45 minutes telling us
longer.
Like a fake history of Russia. Yeah,
it was delusional. But yeah, I was really like, yeah, this is at the point, like, he pissed Putin off enough. I'm like, Putin's poisoned people for less. Like, you're Tucker. But the other thing about Tucker, if you notice, when he's like, do you know that I don't know if you guys understand what he's doing, but he uses the royal we. That's what that's called. When you refer to yourself as we and us, that started with the Pope. It was a way for the Pope to say, or a king to say, that it was him and God, essentially, because he intercedes with God. The royal we is the most obnoxious, narcissistic way a person can refer to themselves. It's essentially saying that you are interceding with God.
Which, of course, in Tucker's case, now is Vladimir Putin. I believe Vladimir Putin is God. For Mr. Tucker.
I think Tucker really underestimated what happened there. And honestly, I was really worried because all the Russian propaganda, that's being put out, and they're like, this will change everything. Once the West hears Putin speak, like everything. And oh my God. And yeah, it's pretty much the opposite. He's insane.
Did we get a unanimous decision on Colorado? Is that true? Did I miss that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, somebody, I just saw a tweet saying that we had a unanimous decision in the Colorado case, but I don't see that breaking anywhere else. Yeah, I don't see that breaking anywhere else. I have no idea if that's real or not. That doesn't appear to be real.
I don't think so. That's not real.
That would be shocking the next day.
No,
yeah.
It's months late. Oral arguments happen months before decisions come out. Like, that's not how it works.
That's why I said I don't know if this is real.
Did someone write that in the comments or
no? It was a tweet.
Oh,
yeah. I have alerts up, and so an alert came up, but I don't know what the hell that person's saying. We do not have it, but I do think it might be unanimous. Let's go back to...
they're saying, like, many headlines said that, like, 9-0 decision, because it seemed like there were headlines that said that yesterday.
Yeah, this is just not credible.
Just because it just seemed like,
This is just not a credible person who's lying. I'm looking at their Twitter now. This is just a person who's lying and not credible.
They're not smart because oral arguments happen months before decisions come out. Like, there will be months that go by before probably the summer, quite honestly, is when we'll hear about that.
Yeah, I heard
it is annoying.
I had heard June-ish. That's what I had heard.
Someone's requesting Flack 92. Are you opposition?
I don't know if this is somebody who is, let's see, or somebody who wants gifts. Sometimes it's people who want gifts. Let me see if Jen has checked.
Want gifts?
There are people who just bounce live to live that say, they're just looking for gifts, which just
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Flack 92. If you're opposition, just let us know in the comments there. It looks like one of those accounts. All right, so let's
do this first.
Okay, go ahead.
Guys, let's tap the screen. Yeah, let's tap the screen. It's the last day of CoinCot. We're not accepting gifts in solidarity with BIPOC creators being shadow banned on the app. So if you do want to donate to us, please use these. And the most important part is please write a funny message. So periodically throughout the show, you can write it about if we're debating something, whatever's going on, you can write any funny message as long as it's not, obscene or something.
Within reason, meaning...
Within reason, and we will read it aloud.
I'll read most things. If it was sent to Felice, there may be things she wouldn't read, but I'm willing to read virtually anything. We do have this is a guest that I believe.
And let's keep tapping the screen just because without GIFs, it's harder to index in the algorithm.
This is the CEO of Common Sense, which is terrific. Congratulations on the promotion. That's terrific.
Appreciate that. I just had a question for you guys because I'm a little confused about pretty much all of yesterday with this Biden situation. So can you guys help me understand how the special counsel makes it seem as if, yes, he did break the law. However, we're not going to prosecute because of his, I guess the best way to say would be his cognitive skills? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the confusion there is that people think that he said Joe Biden did break the law. He specifically said there's no evidence that Joe Biden broke the law. The reason he added in those cognitive things is just a guess at this point. My guess is it was a salute to conservatives. It was a nod to Donald Trump. He was somebody that was appointed by Trump to lead this special investigation. But his conclusion, like that stuff, actually has no bearing. What he specifically said is there wasn't evidence. And then he said, but even if there was evidence, Joe Biden's not fit to be able to answer those questions. It was just dirty politics. It's something that every special prosecutor, everybody who's dealt with these cases, nobody's ever seen anything like that. It's the continued cruelty of MAGA. They love that. They love cruelty.
We have seen something like it. Just to be clear, this very much happened in 2016. We're just seeing a repeat of James Comey, right before it's exactly the same thing, putting out hundreds of pages of a meaningless report in the beginning, doing an appeal to people's emotions, right? Saying Hillary Clinton, actually, it turned out in that report at the end, I have no evidence to charge her with. She's innocent, right? Which should be good news depending on how you report it. But James Comey spent the beginning of the report talking about her character. Like, there's a very common saying in the DOJ, it's put up or shut up. If you have the evidence, bring your case, right? Bring your case. And if you don't, be quiet. And generally, that's what you see people doing. But that's why people say Comey engaged in election interference, because right before an election, the news was, hey, I have no evidence to charge Hillary Clinton with, but she's irresponsible. It became all his personal, emotional opinions about it. And that's exactly what we see in this report. We see in the beginning of the report, he's implying that Biden did something wrong. He says he's a well-meaning elderly man, quote. There is no reason to say elderly man. He then particularly cites that Biden kept saying, I don't recall. I don't know who here has been in a deposit, who has ever been deposed. I personally have. And when you are deposed, your lawyer tells you your number one defense is that you should rely on is I don't recall. Though anybody who's ever been deposed is you need to say that over and over, because if you're not 100%
sure, if you're 90% sure you know the answer, you should still say I don't recall. Because what you don't want to do is perjure yourself. So, keep in mind, Donald Trump said, I don't recall, 400 times when he was deposed. It's not necessarily an indication that somebody doesn't know somebody or that they're cognitively impaired. It could also be that they're protecting themselves from misstating something, which then is perjury. Now you've got a new crime.
Well, to me, it's confusing because you read the report and it says he's an elderly man with poor memory. But then not too long after the report comes out, they trot Biden out and he's saying that he's not that. He has the memory. He's on point. And it's just confusing because
that's not why. Well, you got to remember there. That's not why they didn't trot him out to say that. He was doing a press conference about unrelated issues, and this question was
specifically about that. That's not what happened. The press conference was specifically about that report at night.
Yeah, but
there was no other press conference. It was specifically to address that report.
Yeah, but it was to address what the report said, not to address his cognitive issues. And they specifically went to Peter Doocy first, knowing that Peter Doocy would ask that question because he's from Fox, and he addressed it. What would you rather have them do? Not address it?
I mean, honestly, this is going to sound absurd, but I would just rather the special counsel just say, there wasn't anything here for us, so this issue is put to bed, and just leave it there. But then when you say he's elderly, and then he says they're basically implying that willful retention, like he could have, but it's not enough.
He said it on page 215. But it's on page 215 when the man finally says there's no evidence. He buried it in there, but it does say it in the report. It's on page 215. He knew no one would get there, and then finally says, "Oh, actually, surprise! I don't have any evidence for these claims." I screenshotted the page when I found. Hold on.
It just seems unnecessarily
just to get it correct. While it is natural to assume that Biden put the Afghanistan documents in the box on purpose and that he knew they were there, there is in fact a shortage of evidence on all these points. Like this guy is literally narrativizing. That's what we're seeing here. He's saying, well, I think this, but in reality, I don't have any evidence to back up what I've said for hundreds of pages. Like, this is a political attack. And Democrats have this problem where they think because we're going to show we're the good guys. And this is one thing that Biden does do. And it hasn't worked out in his favor, right? Let's appoint Republicans to investigate us, right? Let's let James Comey James Comey's investigating now. Biden was so like, okay, a Republican's investigating me. That will look good. But then we get these attacks, and it's not, I don't know why we think this is going to work out. I mean, I'm not saying Biden appointed his own special prosecutor. He didn't, but I feel like Democrats rely on I didn't do anything wrong, so they'll just come out and say that. But we see that they won't every single time. And the thing with that.
Sorry about that.
No, go ahead. You guys talk.
So RTP was saying or I think both of you guys were saying your attorney, if you're being deposed, will tell you if you're 90%, just say, I don't recall. Right. But it's now if I'm assuming Biden was asked questions by this counsel. So if he says, I don't know, then he has a legitimate reason to say that he is an elderly man. I don't know. It's
I think you said it earlier. You said it's just unnecessary. What's the point of that? It's bringing up the fact that he's elderly. Even if you hold that opinion, what's the reason to bring that up when your job is to find the facts, right? Your job is to discover whether or not a crime was committed. What's the point of bringing that up?
Yeah, I agree, and I'm sure there is probably a political persuasion there. I mean, that's everywhere, I guess.
I'd imagine too.
Yeah. Appreciate you letting me up.
Yeah, be well. There we go. The box is full. I think we're gonna have plenty. Daryl, just let me know if you are opposition there. Welcome back. Yeah, I think. Sorry, I was reading a message. That real quick. I don't know, Felice. What do you think? What do you think his goal was there? I was trying to figure out what kind of connections Robert Hur, outside of being appointed by Donald Trump. I just don't understand the motivation there. I can't come up with a very good theory as to why. Why did he put that in there?
Oh, it's politically motivated.
Yeah, but
it's politically motivated. It's very simple. It's not something that we don't need to investigate it. It's happened before. It happened again.
Well,
it's very simple.
I think this is way different than the Hillary one, don't you?
No.
You don't think this is?
It's meant to smear. It's meant to smear. You can say it is well known in the DOJ. Either bring your case or don't say anything. Those are the rules, the literal rules.
Gotcha. Okay. Flack 92, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I was wondering, did you guys watch did you both of you watch the Putin interview?
Yeah.
What did you think? What was your
I think Putin is an evil man who has invaded another country, and I think it's bizarre that conservatives and Tucker Carlson are allowing him to just like stand up there and shout propaganda. Like, this is somebody who invaded another country, and they're trying to whitewash that. That's pretty crazy.
So what specifically did he say that made you think that he was evil?
He invaded another country.
No, I mean in the interview.
No. What makes him evil is everything we know about Vladimir Putin. Everything that Vladimir Putin has done. The amount of bodies that are in that man's wake. The amount, and again, he invaded another country. I don't think I need any other evidence. That should be enough for everybody to be like, oh yeah, he's evil.
You can just look at the International Criminal Court record of his war crimes if you are confused about it.
Right. I feel like any country at war has war crimes that happen.
Yeah, but
okay, so you're a Putin apologist. You're up here to say what?
No, I'm not here to apologize.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're doing. You're apologizing for someone who's committed crimes against humanity.
Right. But your side of the conversation seems to say, okay, he invaded another country. We don't care about.
Why did he?
We don't care about why. We don't care about how.
Why did he invade Ukraine?
We don't even want to interview.
No, well, if you listen, Flack. I just want to
please.
say something, Flack. Listen, here's the thing about what you're saying. I have a degree in history. Okay, one of those focuses, one of the emphasis in my degrees is in Western civilization. It's which focuses a lot on Europe. He tried to walk us through a completely made up history from the 8th century of how he thinks he can annex Ukraine and has a right to invade a sovereign country. And I'm here to tell you, you can look it all up and it's not true. It's very easy. You heard a false narrative. That's been Russian disinformation for years. None of that history that he exhaustively walked us all through is real.
Okay, so when he says that, Ukraine attacked Dunbar, was that correct? Donbass, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Was that correct?
Specifically referring to what time period? But yeah, like there has been long held disputes between Russia and their bordering territories. Are you aware of the history of the Soviet Union and them just annexing land? That's pretty much how the Soviet Union was created, is just like, oh, I own this now.
Right. Now, after the Soviet Union fell, like, for example, when he spoke about the coup, when he said that the president at the time...
I just want to, real quick, before we go on to that, could you explain to me what justification he has for invading Ukraine?
Let me ask you something.
No, you're going to answer my question first, and then you can ask a question after. No, I want to know. No, I just want you to narrativize. I don't want you to ask me questions. I want you to tell me why Putin is allowed to, or what justification he has for invading Ukraine.
Because he has the right to protect his country when he feels needed.
Does that right extend into other countries? Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean?
So, yeah, if he wants to protect his country, you mean that includes invading another country? And what was he protecting his country from when he invaded Ukraine?
From Ukraine joining NATO, for one, like he stated.
Ukraine wasn't joining NATO. What are you talking about?
Right, but NATO has openly invited.
Oh, so if you think that they want to join NATO, you can invade. That's justification?
Well, they openly invited Ukraine several times. I mean,
so that's justification. So that's justification. If Ukraine gets invited to NATO by certain people, or if Ukraine wants to join NATO, then it's okay for Russia to invade Ukraine. Okay. That's what you're saying?
So Russia has said for years, look, United States, Ukraine, don't do this. You're aggravating my country, my people. You're getting a little too close.
And Russia's been doing nothing to aggravate others. They didn't, let's say, annex Crimea during that time, correct?
Right. And they.
Oh, no, not correct. Of course they annexed Crimea. What are you talking about?
Okay, I didn't say it wasn't correct. But this is what you're not.
You're right about what you're saying. So for a long time, like just to go into the history of it, for a long time, like there are CIA documents that back it up. Putin has said if you continue snapping up countries into NATO, like it's been documented. He was very uncomfortable with countries joining NATO because he felt isolated. He's losing his access to shipping routes, and that scares him. But that doesn't, at any point, the point is nobody invaded Russia. He invaded a sovereign country, and that country has the right to defend itself. And that's what's happening.
Like you just said. Okay. So now if the United States, for example, felt being surrounded and isolated and cutting off the shipping, how do you think they would react?
Cutting off the shipping. No one ever cut off a shipping route for Russia. That's delusional. He's paranoid. His paranoia made him think something was going to happen that never happened, and then he annexed Crimea. So his own paranoia doesn't give him the right to start a war. And now we're here.
So the USA,
you at any moment can buy a plane ticket to Russia. It seems like that's where you want to be.
So you're telling me that the USA, the CIA, they have done nothing to put any type of pressure or surround Russia or get more countries to join NATO around Russia?
Yeah, this is ironic. Of course they have.
The same shit over and over.
But why are you leaving out the part that Russia's doing the same thing to us? Why doesn't it bother you? Like, you're telling me Russia isn't interfering here? Russia, like our country, Russia, every major country interferes in other countries every time. Mm-hmm. But what we don't do is invade other countries and annex their land. Russia invaded Ukraine. They annexed Crimea.
They're
not invading.
We just try to surround them.
They're not invading Ukraine.
You are woefully misinformed.
They're invading Ukraine to take over Ukraine. And here you are defending Vladimir Putin.
That's the thing. You know what? They'll have to make a boogeyman out of him.
He's not a boogeyman. It's easy to make a boogeyman who has unalived everybody in his country who has ever opposed him. Right. It's easy to make a boogeyman out of somebody who is invading other countries. It's easy to make a boogeyman who has stripped Russians of all of their wealth and given it to a handful of oligarchs. It's easy to make a boogeyman out of somebody who has eliminated democracy from an entire country.
Don't say what about the United States. Stay on Russia and admit what they're doing. Any point you make is just, well, what about this? Just, that's what this man is doing. That's happening. Acknowledge it.
Right. Okay. So, and if we acknowledge the United States, the bad things.
And again, you're doing the what about.
Name one person in the United States.
Name
understand one person. Be quiet. Hold
that's your argument.
Shush. Name one.
It doesn't matter what we do.
Shush.
What about them? That's your argument.
Shush. Name one person ever in the history of this country with the amount of power and the amount of atrocities linked to them as Vladimir Putin. I will wait.
I don't know. I mean,
nobody. The answer is nobody. You know why? Because we have an actual democracy. We didn't suspend democracy. We don't have an oligarchy.
But do you know where Putin's political opponent is that tried to run in a democratic election against him? He's in Siberia. He's in Siberia. Alex Navalny is in Siberia. That's what happens when you try to participate in a democratic election in Russia. Don't compare the United States to Russia.
All right. So do you know how many people, civilians, were killed with Obama's drone strikes?
Again, see, now what you're going to do is you're going to go one by one.
No, I'm just asking you. That's a pretty bad thing,
and I'm going to tell you that you're comparing somebody who was the president for 8 years versus an oligarch. And did Obama invade another country and try and take their land? Did Obama invade another country and try? Did Obama invade another country and try and take their sovereignty? Ooh,
No, he just killed 300 people.
Who is a coward and won't ask the question? Imagine this: an American, Mr. Red Pill shows up today and you're like, to defend Vladimir Putin.
Enough information to come up here, sir. You just don't. You watched Tucker Carlson be dog walked by a fucking oligarch, authoritarian dictator, and it gave you an erection, and now you're up here wanting to talk about it. You're embarrassing yourself.
No. See, you guys are like, Putin's bad. It doesn't matter what the United States does.
Yeah, he is bad. He invaded another country to take him over.
Does it matter what the United States has done?
What the
CIA has done?
Oh yeah, the United States is the #1 arms dealer in the world. We arm both sides of conflicts. We are responsible for atrocities, unspeakable atrocities.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make Vladimir Putin good. What are you saying? Are you saying that
that you should go worship at the feet of Vladimir Putin? Like, it's delusional. Your argument doesn't make sense.
But listen to what you're saying. When you look at the big picture,
you're not worshiping Vladimir. You're literally up here.
Listen, you guys are mad that they even gave him the interview. Okay,
100%. We're mad
for Tucker. Tucker got embarrassed. Tucker got dogwall.
Tucker Carlson is.
I genuinely last night.
You shouldn't even.
I was embarrassed for him. I was embarrassed for Tucker.
Tucker Carlson
and that's how it's being covered.
You're so brainwashed. Hold on.
You're so brainwashed that you're not even willing to hear the other side.
Hold on, my friend. Dude,
you're mad that the other side.
We listened to it for 2 hours.
Accurate.
Hold on.
I listened to the entire interview.
We listened to 2 hours of the interview. That is the other side. Are you the other side? Is that what you're saying? Are you on Putin's side and we need to listen to you now? Because we listened to Putin for 2 hours. Are you saying that we need to now listen to you and you're the other side? So you're the pro-Putin side?
I understand the big picture.
The question I asked you was, when you said listen to the other side, and we listened to Putin for 2 hours, who are you speaking about? Are you speaking about you? Are you the pro-Putin side that we need to listen to?
Is there not another side?
Yeah, well, we listened to Putin already. We spent 2 hours listening to Putin already. So when you said we're not listening, who are you referring to? Because we listened to Putin.
I didn't say you would have rather not have had that interview, not have given him that platform.
Correct.
Exactly, and that's how brainwashed you are.
No, it's not, because I've heard Putin say all that.
To not even want to hear.
No, Putin has said all that before.
Of the world and their perspective.
My friend,
saying that for years. You think you heard something groundbreaking because I'm assuming you're very young. You're a lot younger than us. That speech he gave, he has been giving for years. You heard nothing new. You just heard it for the first time. You heard it for the first time. It's embarrassing you haven't heard it.
He's been saying it for years. America, stop doing this. NATO, stop doing that. And then we kept poking him. And then when he reacts,
is that what you think happened? Wait, is that what you think happened? Do you honestly think that everybody was just poking him? That he wasn't doing anything wrong? Is that what you think?
Did he not say?
Did he annex Crimea? Did he annex Crimea?
Yes.
Did that break a treaty?
Yes, just like
oh shit! Imagine that! And then we reacted. When he invaded another country, we reacted, and you're like, "Well, we were poking him when he annexed Crimea. We should have just let it happen."
Right. And all the treaties that were broke against him, who cares?
Obviously, no. When he breaks a treaty,
specifically, are you talking about? Name them.
Well, didn't he say
name the treaties?
He had several treaties, he said, with
Name them.
One
in Lithuania, and then he had one with
What was the
when they moved out of Kiev?
What was the Lithuanian treaty? What was it about?
That that he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was a treaty or an agreement. That the president.
And that makes more sense. You're just talking shit.
It was a prisoner exchange.
Well, you know what? I guess it just doesn't matter to you guys. It doesn't matter.
You don't know. Wait, hold on. No. You don't know what the treaty is. Don't tell us it doesn't matter to us. You don't even know what the treaty is. Don't tell me it doesn't matter when you didn't do your homework. It was a prisoner exchange. So tell me more about this and who broke the treaty and how did they break the treaty? Tell me how this treaty was broken.
Okay. So he said that he had an agreement. I'm not sure if it was a treaty or an agreement to that instead of there being a coup in Ukraine, the president was going to step down or let the election run out, which he knew he was going to lose. And then that would be a transfer of power to their side. But instead,
to whose side?
They started.
What president was going to step down, and where did the transfer of power? Where was it supposed to go?
The president of Ukraine,
which was who?
I can't recall his name.
Oh, of course not. Yeah. Okay, keep going.
I mean, that doesn't mean that it's not true.
Well, I just said, of course not, and then I said, keep going. I'm going to allow you to keep going. I'm not surprised you don't know anybody's names since you heard this for the first time last night. But what happened?
So he was going to step down, or he was going to let the election run its cycle, which he was bound to lose. And instead, when they agreed to that, sure. Instead, the other side of Ukraine, the people that Poland, an agreement like with Poland and half the Ukrainians, they were like cool with each other. The other half was pro-Russian of Ukraine. They decided to do a military coup to get the power.
Who you think Zelensky got in power by doing a military coup?
No, they drove the former president out from a coup.
Poroshenko.
Zelensky was elected.
Poroshenko is who you're talking about? They ran out Poroshenko?
If that's his name, I'm not sure. I can't recall his name.
Of course not. Yeah. So how did they do a military coup when they won an election? I'm very confused. Because he lost in that election. Poroshenko lost the election to Zelensky. I'm very confused now.
So there wasn't a coup in Ukraine in 2014.
You said that they had a coup and it ran out Poroshenko. What are you talking about?
Was there a coup in Ukraine?
What are you talking? I'm asking you what you're talking about. Don't ask me to explain the things you're talking about. What coup was in place of an election?
I didn't say it was in place of an election. I said
if you have a military coup to remove somebody, right? That doesn't also mean an election. I'm confused here.
That doesn't mean that somebody's like elected.
So what happened with this?
When you remove somebody from power?
You're talking 2014. What happened in this coup?
Well, they removed whoever was the person in power out of power.
Whoever the person. You seem to have a lot of details on this. Tell me more about it.
Well, I'm asking.
What was the coup about?
When that happened,
and what was the end result of the coup?
Well, that's not even the point.
Okay.
The point is that there was a coup, but before that, there was an agreement that it wasn't needed.
What was the agreement?
That the president they would let their election cycle run out.
Who was the agreement between?
Because the person that was.
Oh, who made the agreement? Who were the people involved in making this agreement, and what was the agreement?
Well, Russia,
I've heard of that.
The party in Ukraine that was in control.
Which was who?
I can't recall his name.
Sure.
I can't recall
the gotcha. Yeah. I've said it 3 times, but that's fine.
The side of Ukraine. The other side.
Which side of Ukraine?
The opposing side.
Oh, the opposing side. Okay.
I understand that. Like, I'm not like getting it
educated at all on what you're talking about while you're coming up here to defend Putin.
And that's why you believe what Putin's saying, because you have no idea any facts.
You know what I'm asking.
You don't have any of the real facts.
Nobody knows what you're asking.
You're stating a revisionist alternate history that I was trying to tell you in the beginning of this is not true.
Okay, so it's not true that there was a coup in Ukraine in 2014.
There was definitely a coup, but you don't know anything about it.
But
wait, you don't even know who was involved in the coup. You don't know what the agreements were. How can you make a point and say
you won't answer the question?
I did. You said there was an agreement that was
made.
You
won't answer the question. You keep asking.
What's the question?
What's this guy's name?
What's your question?
What was this? What was that? You won't answer the question. There was a
question?
Coup.
I already said there was a coup, and I told you to tell me about it.
Was it right for Poland and the other half of Ukraine to agree that the election would run its cycle, and there was no need for a military coup, and then still do a military coup?
What does that have to do with Vladimir Putin?
Oh my God!
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't really know how all this stuff fits together, but I have bits and pieces. How does that allow Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine?
Oh my goodness, you guys
I
are.
know,
You know
it's
what?
hard when people ask you questions about your red pillness, huh?
Just keep not listening to the other
there
side.
it is! Yeah, he's just gonna quit when I ask a question. What does it mean? I don't know, but you're dumb. Just keep believing it. You don't even know what you believe.
You refuse to listen to the other side.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you how this coup
I've asked you a clear question. I've answered it. Clear question.
I answered it.
No, you answered it. What does that have to do with Vladimir Putin? That's not an answer.
We're talking about Putin.
That's another question.
Hey, dummy, we're talking about you.
I've asked you a question. Was it right for them to do a military coup in Ukraine against the pro-Russian side?
I said no.
No, you said.
I am firmly
what does
against
that have to do with
military
Putin?
coups. Are you? Do you like military coups? Are you pro-military coup or are you anti-military coup? All right, that's right. Line up. There you go. I know you're getting frustrated. We got to settle those.
I'm glad.
I know we're getting frustrated, aren't we? Are you pro-military coup or are you anti-military coup?
What does that have to do with Putin?
I just answered your question, and now I'm asking you a question. Are you pro or anti-military coup? Anti-military coup. Okay, so we're on the same side here. Then is that right? How did Putin get in charge of Russia? Was there any military coups involved there?
There probably was. There was.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but you're up here again.
He's fine with that, though. He's fine as long as the coups are pro-Russia. He's fine with those coups. But
I have a question.
If his master Putin is the victim, feels victimized by any coup occurring around the world, then it's awful. You don't make any sense.
Vladimir's just a victim here. Here's my question. Vladimir's just the victim here.
So,
yeah.
Can you be against military coups, but can a military coup be necessary? Even though you're against it?
Sure, I guess depending on what side you're on.
I'm just
military coup now.
Right.
A military coup should not exist in a democracy. You don't need a military coup in a democracy. I know that you're pro-military coup because like you support Trump and you support Putin, so clearly like you like military coups as somebody who like Donald Trump, very pro-military coup, very pro-coups in general. Like, yeah, I get it. It's got to be confusing for you because everything you accuse other people of, like Putin is the best at. He's like the master of it.
No. I'm just saying. You're saying sometimes there's instances where a military coup would be needed. Correct?
Well, if you were on that side, sure. Like, there's going to be people who agree to a military coup. Yeah.
You're arguing both sides of the argument. You're saying because Putin felt victimized by some coup, that one's bad. But if Putin or Trump needs to do a little bit of a coup, like, wherever, then that's fine. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not saying it was. I never said that it was fine. What I'm saying is, I would still want to know what happened in Russia that caused this military coup. You don't even want to know. You're like,
wasn't in Russia. It wasn't in Russia. It was in Ukraine. Wait, it was in Ukraine. It wasn't in Russia.
I'm talking about how Putin came to power.
I keep asking you, the reason I keep asking you the same question that you refuse to answer is how did this military coup between Poland and Ukraine involve Russia? Why is Russia involved in all? Why did that get Russia so upset that they needed to invade Ukraine? Is it possibly because Poroshenko was viewed by Russians as an asset or somebody who would do the bidding of Russia? Is that possible?
It's very possible.
Oh, and is it possible?
Jesus,
is it possible that Zelensky wasn't just going to roll over and do what Putin said, and that's why Putin didn't like Zelensky? Is that possible?
Is it possible that Zelensky was a asset for other countries?
I've never seen the evidence of that.
Of course you haven't.
What evidence do you have to provide?
You'd rather not even. You wouldn't even want to do an interview to find out.
What evidence do you have to provide?
And if they did,
what evidence? What evidence do you have to provide that he is an asset of another country?
Is Ukraine a democracy?
What evidence do you have that
I'm laying it out? I'm laying it out.
That Zelensky is an asset from another or of another country. What's your evidence of that?
I'm laying it out. Is Ukraine a democracy?
That's a question, my friend. I'm asking you for evidence. Right. You're asking me a question about is Ukraine a democracy? That in no way would tell me whether or not Zelensky is owned by another country. Do you want to try a different question? Or do you want to just instead of wasting time, do you want to just admit that instead of wasting time, do you want to just admit that you don't have evidence that Zelensky's owned by another country?
So what was the proof of the former president being a Russian asset?
Yeah.
Right here. I would like to submit to evidence an article from The Guardian called "The Perfect Target. Russia cultivated Trump as an asset for 40 years, says ex-KGB spy. Donald Trump was cultivated as Russian asset and proved so willing to parrot anti-Western propaganda that there were celebrations in Moscow. A former KGB spy, Yuri Shvets, has told The Guardian." And it goes on. You can read this article. You can do research, independent research on your own. I wasn't talking about Trump.
Yes, but you're answering a question I didn't ask.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. I just thought you wanted to know if Trump was an asset of Russia.
He said the former president of Ukraine was an asset to Russia. Where's the evidence?
No, I didn't. What I said is it possible that they viewed him as an asset to Russia? The complaint by the Ukrainian people...
Is there evidence of it, though?
Let me explain what the claim is first, before you ask me what the evidence is. The Ukrainian people were upset with Poroshenko because it appeared to them that he was doing the bidding of Russia rather than the bidding of the Ukrainian people. And in a democracy, when you have elections, if you are viewed as an enemy to your country, it's likely that you're going to lose. So the Ukrainian people felt that Poroshenko was not leading their country in their best interest. They thought that he was leading the country in the best interest of Russia. And so they voted him out, which is how democracies work. Whether or not he was a Russian asset is irrelevant.
Well, when did they vote?
I'm looking. Hey, there's plenty. You can Google that right now, because I just had to do a simple search, and it is showing. It's basically he was. They suspect during his presidency, Poroshenko is suspected of helping the separatists, right? The people that considered themselves part of Russia, to sell $1.5 billion, 54 million worth of coal. Yeah, that basically he was helping pro-Putin separatists who wanted to be part of Russia, and that's why they froze his assets, because they felt that he was stealing money. It's right here.
He was also he was overcharging the government for parts that he bought from Russia, parts that could be made in Ukraine. He was wildly inflating the prices and using the government to pay Russia exorbitant amounts of money.
Yeah, you can just look that up. You can just Google it. It's right here.
Right.
Did you know that? Yeah, did you know that though?
No.
No, of course not. Why do you think that wasn't brought up? Why do you think Tucker Carlson didn't push back on that? Why do you think Vladimir Putin didn't bring that up?
Well, was there part of Ukraine?
No, why? No, I asked you a question. Why do you think Tucker Carlson never pushed back with any of this?
I'm not sure.
He's a cuck. He's a cuck. He's a cuck.
Okay. So, was there part of Ukraine that was pro-Russia, pro-Russian?
That's hard to say. That's hard to say. The people in Crimea, the Russian claim is that the people of Crimea and in the Donbass region specifically want to be part of Russia. It's possible that there are people there. I mean, it's 100% true that there are people in that region that want to be part of Russia. That's okay. They don't have that opportunity. That's not how any of this works. That's not how sovereignty works. If you want to be part of Russia, and I'll give you this same advice because you seem to really like Russia, fucking move there. You can go. The people in the Donbass, the people in Crimea, go. It wasn't even that far. You could have fucking walked. We didn't need a war. This is such a bullshit excuse to start a war. Well, we did it for them. Bullshit. You know how much land is in Russia? Take a look at the map. Like, look at a globe. How much land is in Russia? They can take a few more people. They'll be fine. They didn't need to invade Ukraine. Do you think there are people that live in Mexico right now that wish they were citizens of the United States?
Sure.
Should we just go and invade that land and take it?
No, absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
But it's fine when Putin does it, because that makes sense.
Yeah, Putin can annex Crimea and then invade the rest of Ukraine. That's fine. He's doing it for the people. He's just a man of the people, this Vladimir.
That's not what I said.
Yeah. What are you saying then?
So the Ukrainian president, you said they voted him out because he was pro-Russia?
Yeah, Poroshenko.
Okay, so when was that happen? When did that happen? Do you know what year?
2019.
2019?
Yeah, remember? And then and then President Trump like got on the phone and because he'd been fed this information, by the way. He'd been fed this information, Russian disinformation, that Ukraine somehow had Hillary's server, which doesn't, like, on its face, like, just from a technical standpoint, doesn't make any goddamn sense, because physically we knew where the server was. But he had been fed Russian disinformation that Ukraine had the server. I wonder why they would want the United States to be upset with Ukraine. I don't know. And then Donald Trump called and he's like, hey, I hear you have this server and I hear you have dirt on Joe Biden. I'm going to withhold funding until you send that our way. Huh. I wonder why. I wonder why disinformation coming from Russia would make its way to Donald Trump. Then Donald Trump would make a wild claim that the server, Hillary's server, is in Ukraine. I wonder why all that happened. And I wonder which puppet was parroting that information every night on his primetime show at Fox News. Runner took off. He's out of here, Felice. He was done with that.
Correcting something in the comments. You guys, we know 2019 was when Russia invaded Crimea, but 2019 is when the election happened that displaced Poroshenko. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, 2014 was the invasion of Crimea. Is that right?
Yeah, 2014 okay. Crimea was, yeah, and then, but 2019 is when Poroshenko said bye-bye. Yeah, this is just easy historic facts you can look up. Like, Putin has a version of events, right, that he tells his flock and no one can question, and that's fine. But here in America, we're allowed to ask questions.
And this is why, like, I think this is why on Friday you'll see it out of...
back.
Okay, you'll see it out of both of us. Like, this is why Felice and I maybe are a little on edge today, is that this is all it takes for Americans to side with Putin. Like, Tucker Carlson goes over and does a puff piece, and, like, that on its face, like, we can deal with that. Felice and I watched that. We understand what we're like. Felice definitely understands better than I what I'm watching there. But, like, on its face, that interview wasn't really anything we haven't heard before. Felice, you correctly pointed that out. It's the same shit he's been saying forever. What's disheartening is people that watched that interview and now are showing up to defend Vladimir Putin and to defend this kind of propaganda. Like, that's what's hard to deal with. It's not surprising that Tucker did this. What's surprising and disheartening is the response from Americans.
It's the stupidity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I agree. And I actually agree. Like, you can listen to 100% listen to Putin wax poetic and tell the same speech. That's why he was able to just talk without even thinking for 2 hours. He's given that speech. He's given that exact historical speech so many times. And that's fine. Listen to it. But then why wouldn't you Google just say, hey, like, you came up here to talk about it without doing any fact checking or research? It doesn't make any sense. Sure, if you want to listen to it. But then maybe look into it and realize, oh, this is an alternate history I'm reading here.
Just a reminder before we bring guests up, again, we're participating in CoinCot. Today's the last day. I would encourage everybody to support those that are engaging in CoinCot, who are taking part of it. We won't be taking gifts, so panelists don't get gifts as well. There's our Venmo and our Cash App if you'd like to send gifts. If you'd also like to add a personal message, we're happy to read those out loud. Within reason, we'll read just about anything.
Guys, tap the screen. Let's get to 75K. Okay. Do we have...
I just see Darren, not Daryl. I don't know if that's opposition or...
He said he was... I don't know. I just saw a message from the guy we were just talking to, and he said, my phone died, I'm back, but I don't know if he wants to come up here or not.
Lauren Bobert's Vape, where can I buy your merch? It's in my link tree in my bio. It's Crow and Arrow Apparel. They have on their website, you'll just find the RTP page, but the link is on my link tree there in my bio. You can come back up, or we can move on to the rest of the stories.
And money for Western Civ books for MAGA. Yeah, for real. And the bottom line is, like, it doesn't matter what Putin says. It's the same thing with Israel, right? Like, we could all, and I do very much, take issue with the with the creation of Israel, like is Israel a state that has the right to exist? There, you can look at that history and you can make that argument, but at the same time, like, you have to recognize we are where we are. We have international treaties for a reason with countries, and when those treaties are broken, either we put up or shut up, you know, like, and that's the point. Like, you can't sit there and say, well, because Putin was talking about the 8th century and something, he thinks Russia was wronged in the 8th century, so he's going to invade a sovereign country today. It doesn't make sense. You can't say that. And also, we have treaties. A treaty was broken, and now we are there making good on. I actually don't even like us being necessarily in Ukraine, but I see the necessity for the global supply chain and for the world markets, commodities markets, for our interests in Western Europe, and for our military, who, if right now they're talking about starting a draft in Germany, like, this goes any farther, our military has to go there. That's where we're at now. Those are our responsibilities.
There were some interesting parts of that interview that I think that like buzzwords that Putin likes to use and buzzwords that I'm seeing around Twitter. And I just wanted to point out that one of the things that Putin and a lot of Republicans like to point to in Ukraine is the existence of schmazis, right? They incorrectly say that Zelensky's a schmazi.
His thing,
right?
Yeah, he just can't.
I just don't understand how schmazis are the enemy and Russia is not. And in America, where do the schmazis align? If schmazis are the thing that we're supposed to be worried about the most, right? If we're going to take Putin at his word, you want to talk about, like, Charlottesville? Do we want to talk about Stephen Miller? Do we want to talk about Nick Fuentes meeting with Trump? Where are the schmazis here in America? Which side are they on? It's such doublespeak. Like, in one instance, you want to criticize Ukraine because there are schmazis who live there. On the other hand, you want to ignore the fact that the schmazis in America are Republicans. And again, I'm not saying all Republicans are schmazis, but all schmazis are Republicans. That's who they vote for.
And it's like saying, like, what Putin's argument is there are people in Ukraine who wanted to be part of Russia. Well, that kid we just talked to wants to be part of Russia. There are delusional, misinformed, red pill, far right extremists in this country who want to be part of, or like, Putin's great. Does that mean Putin has a right to come and annex our country? Like, the argument doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's a political spectrum in every country, you know, and people are on both ends of it. But that doesn't mean sovereign territory is any less sovereign.
The point of during the interview yesterday, when Putin was like, I don't remember how Tucker asked the question, but essentially, like, how do we bring an end to this war? And Putin basically was like, hey, if the U.S. stops giving Ukrainians arms, it'll be over in a few weeks. Like, do you know what he's saying? If we stop arming Ukraine, the Russian military can take them over in just a few weeks. He didn't say stop arming Ukraine and it's over. He said stop arming Ukraine, it'll be over in a few weeks. That's the point here. What Vladimir Putin is upset about is that he wasn't able to just walk into Ukraine and take it. And it's
yeah.
I don't know if disgusting's the wrong word. It's devastating. It's fucking devastating that there are so many people in this country celebrating Tucker Carlson, whitewashing the history of Vladimir Putin, and just failing to recognize. Why do you think? Look at Vladimir Putin in Russia. What does he do? Any dissident, anybody who stands up to him is gone. They're offed. They're in prison. We never see them again. He doesn't allow opposition. He is morally opposed, physically opposed. He does not allow opposition. Why the fuck do you think he's such a fan of Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump? If they're so tough on Russia, if they're such opposition, if they're so fair. No, it's because they will do what he says. This is now twice prominent Americans, once Tucker Carlson and twice Donald Trump, walk into Russia, kiss the ring, lie to the American people, spread propaganda and whitewash Vladimir Putin's disgusting history. When Donald Trump went over there and said, I side with Vladimir Putin over our own intelligence agencies. Like, you want to talk about treason? Keep talking about treason, Republicans. Keep talking about, like, being an enemy to America. Republicans are Putin. They are the pro-Putin party now. That's who they are.
Embarrassing.
And if you don't believe me, go look at the fucking response from Republicans. Find me one Republican, one MAGA Republican that's like, hey, Vladimir Putin's disgusting. He invaded Ukraine. We have to fight back against him. Oh, no. They're either quiet or they're just pointing out the parts where Putin said things about Joe Biden, or at worst, they're wholesale endorsing Putin. I'm tired
Let me
of
point out a few.
I'm tired of Republicans pretending they care about the sovereignty of America. They don't.
And we're talking about MAGA Republicans, right? People who are buying into Donald Trump's rhetoric. And you saw it, I'll give you one just to say, go off what you said. Yeah, like the part where, Tucker's desperately trying to get Putin to say he wants peace, to fit Tucker's narrative. So Tucker could then come back and be like, do you see, guys? Like, you see what I'm saying? And actually, it would have been in Putin's favor, like, as far as how the delusional far right, cucks perceive him and be like, oh, see, Putin's great. But no, actually, what he did was just confirm to us that Trump is a Russian asset. I mean, not that we don't already know that, but he said exactly word for word what Donald Trump has been saying, that he's not ever going to stop this war until we, stop providing arms to Ukraine, basically, which is exactly what Trump said. And then the second thing that I thought was just hilarious, because, Tucker's narrative, the MAGA narrative, Donald Trump's narrative is Russia good, China bad. And then Putin starts going in on Tucker and being like, you guys are idiots for how you treat China. Like, you guys should respect that trade partnership. Like, you guys don't understand global trade, which is what I say all the time. And Putin said it. And Tucker's like, uh-oh. It's hilarious. He literally was like, oh yeah, no, China's great. Like, you should be trading with them more. Like, you need to respect that relationship. Oh, but I thought China's bad. Putin loves China. Like, it's hilarious. MAGA, explain to me. Yeah, Putin is pro-China. The whole narrative you guys have been sold collapsed in upon itself last night. And that's the thing. They're not even smart enough to get that.
I just want to read maybe the greatest comment ever. This is from Faith, who sent a donation. First of all, Faith, thank you. This is maybe this is number one so far of the week. Sent a donation to put up with the POS who puts the simp in Putin's sympathizer. May he forever edge and never climax.
Oh my God, that was so good. That is hilarious.
And then from Ramses,
may he forever edge and never climax. I'm gonna have to write that down.
And from Ramses, this may or may not be my unofficial application to be Felice's new sapiophilic pansexual partner in crime. Hint: it is. Love you guys.
Men.
Look, I gotta tell you, I'm pro Ramses. This dude's got pipes. He's a good-looking guy. This is a good-looking guy.
Send me his profile.
Yeah, gotcha. Ramses, we'll make sure that you guys get in contact. I do think we have somebody waiting. Jen's going to bring her up. I think.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
To point out. Welcome. Sorry, I have bronchitis. I just have to point out, I am one of the crazy liberals that likes to argue with MAGA. But in one of those posts, they were saying how much they loved Russia and how we've just been convinced that Russia's the bad guy and how they want to move to Russia. And when I was pointing out the dictatorship and the state-run media and to the MAGA dude, I'm like, do you think you're going to have your guns in Russia? Pew pew, sorry, don't say pew pew. And he was like, yeah, why not? He's for Christian values. And I just lost it. Like, the mental gymnastics.
He puts people the LGBTQ in jail for holding hands. That's the Christian family values that he's talking about. It's great over there. It's wild.
Yeah, they were arguing that it was better than America, and I said, you're crying communist, socialist, Democrats, yet you don't even see the irony. You don't even see the irony in your mess. They're so chaotic.
Yeah, you sent me that video today.
Yes.
I was confused by I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
The videos that you send me, I'm largely confused of.
I have to tell you.
Tell me about that.
So that guy
can you explain what the video is first?
Yes.
Only you and I have seen it. Can you explain that?
So the January 6er, he was a January 6er. He was raided by the feds. They took his truck. They took his property. They took everything from him, all his pew-pews, and he was crying about it. And so he fled to Russia to avoid prison. So in one post, he was praising Russia and how wonderful it is. He took everybody through a tour through the grocery store to show everyone all the food and all the propaganda, right? The next post after that, he was crying that he was alone in Russia and he didn't have his river, his ocean, or his pew-pews. And I
thought you were sympathizing with him.
No,
I was so confused. I was like, why?
You have to read the comments.
Yeah, I talked to Jen before this, and she's like, I don't understand.
Jen.
In fact, like, we both thought you were a January. Full disclosure,
no.
I thought you were the most confusing person I'd ever come across because
no.
The video seemed like you were like, look at our government. By the way, that guy's apartment looks amazing.
He was
he's living
saying
the good life in Russia.
Yes, because he's protected by some security there because he's a political refugee, and Russia's
set now.
Yes,
he's
an
one of their
now.
assets. They trot out on Russian state media. That's what they do. They trot these people out on Russian state media, and they're like, "Oh, the U.S. is a horrible place. There was no freedom there."
Yes.
They do this regularly. They're just the people who defect to Russia. That's what you now do. You're a puppet that they trot out, and they're like, "Tell us how bad it was in the U.S."
Sorry, my point was to show Jay and Jen that the comments were utterly asinine from these conservatives. Like, you have to read the comments.
Jen's gonna drop it in Discord so you can see. I'm glad you cleared that up because I was like, what the fuck is this video? Like,
okay,
why are you sending
Love
this?
you guys. Yeah. I gotta go. Bye.
See ya. All right, that clears it up. I was very worried because she has sent me a lot of really good videos that I liked, and then that one I was
you
like,
thought she.
Yeah, I didn't realize she wanted
defected.
me to read the comments. Yeah, it's like, what happened? You watched Tucker last night? Aaron sent a donation, said for a one-way ticket so that I don't know, so that
we need to start buying these people tickets to Russia because they can go. They can go.
What? Oh, bag. Okay, for a one-way ticket so that he can eat a bag of dicks with Pootie and Tuck.
That's hilarious.
I didn't know there was an acronym for that.
Wait, what is it? EABOD? I didn't know. Yeah. I need to get up on my internet acronyms. I'm learning some very fun things I'm going to be writing in people's comments.
Well, the thing is Felice is a very healthy eater, and bags of dicks are loaded with unnecessary carbs, and so Felice is very careful about it. So she just doesn't know what that's like. She just MAGA folks, they deep fry that shit. It's deep fried and sold at MAGA fairs.
I just want to make sure that, again, I think that we need to understand, this is, as we get closer to the election, this is only going to get worse. Like, Russia's constant, you know what I mean? So everyone, we can be outraged and it's just annoying, I think, is more what it is. Like, the willful ignorance of and again, the public education system has failed, the people in this country because they don't know any history. We don't teach world history in a way, in high school, in a way that gives people the information that they need. I had to get a college degree to really understand Russia's role in Western civilization. And actually, if that guy was better informed, I can very much debate the NATO stuff, what he was saying. But to just come up and say, "Oh, poor Putin," he said, "Please don't take any more, let any more countries in NATO, or I'm gonna have to." It's not that simple. Have you heard of the Cold War? Do you understand what's been going on?
I think
delusional.
I think it's important when you guys engage with it, because this is going to be all weekend. You're going to engage with this all weekend. Here's what I would recommend as you engage in these discussions. you can get in an endless battle of if you're just going to point out the things that Vladimir Putin did, like they're just going to throw, here's what the United States did back, right? Because that's actually all they know. My advice to everybody this weekend, just ask questions. Just ask them to tell you what they know. Force them to defend Vladimir Putin. Don't allow that to be flipped. Don't allow Tucker Carlson to go to Russia, do a puff piece interview, and then spend the rest of your weekend defending the United States for a couple of reasons. One, it's indefensible. But two, that's exactly what the intent of this is. It's exactly the intent. And if you make the United States look bad and you like, oh, Putin's bad, the United States is bad, but Trump could fix it. That's all they're trying to do. Like, don't let it get you down, but just ask people questions. Demand that they give you answers and don't let them off. Don't let them narrativize. When they bring up something that happened in Ukraine, when they bring up the president of Ukraine, ask who the president was. When they bring up a military coup, ask what that military coup was about. When they bring up sanctions, ask which sanctions. When they bring up treaties, ask what treaties, and then ask what that treaty meant. I still don't even know what treaty that guy was talking about. The one I don't know.
Oh, I do. It's the revolution of dignity.
Okay, that was Soviet Union, right? That wasn't even Russia.
Yeah.
That was the Soviet Union and Lithuania in like the 80s, right? I think that's what he was
talking about. Oh, hold on. No, I don't think so, but
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the revolution of dignity, or the Ukrainian Revolution, took place in Ukraine in February 2014.
No, their treaty with Lithuania is what he was talking about.
Oh God.
I'm pretty sure that was
that in the 80s?
Yeah, so it was the only thing I
Russia's
could find.
treaty with are you saying Russia's treaty with Lithuania, or are you saying, because I thought he was saying like Poland? I was like, what are you talking about?
Well, then he brought up Poland and Ukraine.
Confused.
But earlier he had said something about a Russian treaty with Lithuania. The only thing I could find on that was like basically a prisoner exchange from when it was still the USSR. I don't know anything else about it.
Yeah, and learn the history of the USSR is the other thing. Like, for him to talk about like what Russia did with the US or the USSR was snapping up countries. You know what I mean? And not like, oh, hey, do you want to join a military alliance with us? I mean, like saying, hey, you're part of us now. And then they all fought for their freedom. But like, it's delusional to act like Putin was the one that's wrong. These are two-sided conflicts. Like, So anyways, I think you're so right about the questions. I think that is the best thing to do, because the bottom line is these people won't be able to read the names of they can't even sound out the words that they need to be able to say to intelligently discuss this. So yeah, just be like, what was his name again? Could you spell it for me?
Ask that. Yeah, just ask this question, because it will make them feel less confident. Like whatever that guy's name was, he's going to feel less confident the next time he goes out. And if you're going to get up and you're going to spew like Russian propaganda, or if you're going to just be pro-Russia, you better have like some facts behind it. Don't let people just say generic things. Don't let the message spread, because if they're speaking in generics, it's much easier to convince people that Vladimir Putin isn't so bad, or that Ukraine really is the bad guys. With selective information and given generically, like, it's easy to convince people. That's why so many people are easily convinced. Ariel sent a donation and said, "We'll pay for friendship." Well done, Ariel. We're friends.
Will I.
You can DM me and Felice, and we are all friends now. Ariel is officially a friend.
We really don't even have lives, so it's going to be disappointing.
I hope you like emotional breakdowns at 11 o'clock at night, wondering if we're going to be able to face this show every day.
Yeah, Thursdays are really great for us. You're going to love it. Every Thursday, we literally cry. Lisa Phonic made me cry last night.
There's a real chance that Felice winds up, like, by August, that Felice is doing this show from some village in South America, and she's just totally given up.
I've thought about that for real. I've thought about I could work from South America. I've definitely already thought about that. But right now, I don't know. Well, when I lived in South America, I lived all over. Like, I just was like a nomad, but my apartment was in Ecuador, and I don't know if you know what's going on in Ecuador, but get ready for all them to be at the southern border.
No, it's fine. Nothing's going on in Ecuador. Everything's fine down there.
Everything's totally fine. The whole world is not imploding. It's completely fine. Like, South America is about to have a war, but that's fine.
Maybe the fundraising, maybe we start a fundraiser to build a commune. Maybe that's what we're doing.
We should. Oh my gosh.
Just pick a country and we'll go.
Everyone, take me with you. We could probably start a commune. That could be a thing we did. Okay. Anyways, let's
move on.
Yes, please, God. Let's see. So with the clips, I'm trying to think of what we want to start with, because I want to go through, I think we should definitely go through the Biden press conference, but we could go in chronological order, because Trump, after the Supreme Court oral arguments, he gave a press conference where he just stood out. Wait, I don't know if we can play the clips, but let me just describe to you what happened. Trump gave a press conference at Mar-a-Lago, which I wasn't aware. Trump, the Palm Beach airport must be really close, because every time Trump tried to speak, an airplane was landing. And
see how close it was. He at Mar-a-Lago?
Let me play one of these clips. Yes, he was at Mar-a-Lago. No, the Palm Beach airport is right. Yeah, their jets all land. But I was like, why is he stinging? Why don't you just go back inside? What are you doing? Every time he would try to talk, a plane landed. But he was saying some wild stuff, but you can't, it's hard to hear. Hold on. Yeah, listen.
Well, I can say presidential immunity, which we'll be talking about because that will be upcoming. It's very, very important for a president to have. If a president doesn't have immunity, he really doesn't have a presidency. He can be told to do things that he would never do. He can do really bad things for our country. Presidential immunity is imperative. It's going to be very, very important. And I'd rather talk about that next week. But there is nothing more important to a presidency than immunity, because they have to be free to make decisions without saying, oh, if I do this or if I do that, as soon as I get out of office, we're going to be indicted. We're going to have trouble. And the other party will do that. I think we've seen that. They've done that. There's some very bad people. And you have an opposition party, and they will do things that are very bad. If you don't have immunity, you can be blackmailed. You can be, as a president, they'll say, if you don't do this, this, and this, we're going to indict you as soon as you leave office. You cannot allow a president to be out there without immunity. They don't have immunity. You don't have a presidency. You lose all, you lose all form of free thought and good thought.
Of free thought?
And you probably weaken the presidency to a point.
Do you guys hear how crazy this is? First of all, why is he at an airport? Why is he standing? That's the best place for your press conference, where planes are landing.
Listen,
it doesn't seem like the best choice.
I didn't know where Mar-a-Lago was. I've spent a good amount of time in Palm Beach. It is in the.
You have?
When you fly into Palm Beach, you fly over Mar-a-Lago as you're landing. You're bracing.
That's what I realized watching this press conference, and a lot of jets were landing.
It's within. I'm looking. It's got to be 3 miles away, maybe 4, and it's coming right now. I just want to point out to Donald Trump's moron, sycophantic followers. The Supreme Court ruled that the president doesn't have blanket immunity. The president still has immunity, and these morons on Twitter every day oh, well, if there's no immunity, let's prosecute Bush and Obama. First of all, fine, I'm cool with that. But second of all, that's not what they ruled. They ruled that it's not blanket immunity. They
don't even understand the difference. They don't understand the difference.
They're not talking about immunity for making decisions that might backfire and that you could be held legally obligated. This is about the president being allowed to smear people, to defame people while they're president. Let's be real honest. And do you think the president should be allowed to smear and defame people as president? That's what the case was about. Obviously, no. Obviously, the president should adhere to the same standards we all adhere to. And when you're talking about immunity, it's still the same standard. You know what I don't have the ability to do? Order a drone strike. So yeah, in those special privileges that the president gets by being the president and those special circumstances, he should have immunity, 100%. But in the stuff that you and I would deal with, the same laws that we live by, like everyday people, the president should not have immunity. And that's all they ruled on. Is that when you're the president, you can't just do whatever the fuck you want. You can do mostly whatever the fuck you want. Like almost exclusively whatever the fuck you want.
Let me give you an example. Like Kissinger, who just died. I mean, they call him the butcher of Cambodia. This guy is responsible for massacres around the world. I'm talking about thousands upon thousands upon thousands of deaths on his head. He couldn't go to many countries because he was wanted by international criminal courts all over the world. And the thing about the US, and probably I actually don't agree with, is we don't recognize international criminal courts for that reason, because of blanket immunity, because we protect our politicians and we are engaged in a lot of shit like drone strikes and whatever else we're up to. So yeah, there is immunity for presidents, right? And for
we probably argued
secretaries of state like Kissinger. And yeah, we got people who committed massacres of thousands and thousands of people, and we protected them and treated them like a hero. Okay, so there is immunity. It's just not for everything. Like blanket immunity does not exist.
When they say, just remind Republicans again, when you're addressing this with Republicans and Republicans bring up the immunity thing, just ask them. Ask them if Donald Trump is being charged for the drone strike on, what's that guy's name? Soleimani. Just ask him. Ask him if Trump is being charged with that. Because that unalived innocent people. Or what is he being charged with? Oh, just crimes? Just crimes that he did outside of the White House? That's it. And he still has to pay $5 million because it turns out that if you defame somebody while you're in the White House, they can sue you later. Okay. Let me take care of a couple of comments here. Alan Garib says, sorry. I apologize, Alan. Love it when you guys give it to these dummies. Thank you. Mark says, this is to reserve a room at the, Soli is the name here. So this is to reserve a room at the commune. You're in. And
yes.
And Rich says, oh shit, I just clicked on his name instead of...
I would love to start a commune. I think we need to think about this.
Last day for a week, I'll be able to watch you guys. I'm going on a cruise. Time for some margaritas. Rich, I apologize for earlier this week defaming cruises. I hope you have the time of your life, and I hope the margaritas are delicious and endless.
Can I don't know if you guys, though, but the latest like TikTok reality show going on, have you heard about this world cruise? It's like a TikTok...
What? No.
Yeah, I read about it in the New York Times. I swear to God, I sent you the article. This is like a while ago. It's not recent, but it's called look up World Cruise TikTok. Just Google it. It's like you can watch it on TikTok. All these people, like they're stopping at all these ports, like basically cruising like around the world. And it's become like a reality show. It's a 9-month cruise. Okay. Someone in the comments knows what I'm talking about.
I remember hearing them selling this cruise and there was all sorts of problems.
No, that's a different thing. That cruise failed. This one's underway. Okay. This one's underway. Yeah, the failed cruise is a whole other thing where a bunch of people lost a lot of money. But this cruise is underway. Yeah, it's someone in the comments says it's 9 months, and there's all these like characters who are posting every day on there, and it's awesome. Anyways, I don't know if you've ever watched someone on a cruise on TikTok, but it's super entertaining. Maybe
we have a practice run for our commune and we do like an RTP cruise. Maybe that's what
we should all go on a cruise and make. Oh my God! And we could do our live from there, just by the pool.
I don't know how the internet is, but I was watching.
The internet on cruises is fine. It's fine.
I was watching. I don't even know how this came up, but it was just on TikTok. Maybe it was Instagram. It was somebody's TikTok, but I don't remember where I saw it. And it was this guy like explaining like the benefits of working on a cruise. He's like, oh, it's awesome working on a cruise. He's like, this is my room. It's just this tiny lifeless box. He's like, we get 3 meals a day. And he's like, what's beautiful is we each get 30 minutes of internet a day, which is more than plenty. And I was like, this is your job. You get paid minimum wage to work on a cruise ship, and all they give you is a dirty room and internet, and you're up there like, this is fucking great, guys. This is the greatest thing ever. I was just really surprised by that. That's not
cruise employee. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, these people have other jobs, like, and they're just working from the cruise, like, in their like marketing jobs and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's a good time. But anyways, but
real
we
quick,
digress.
Andrew in the comment or in the box, Jen just wants to make sure your opposition. Everybody, if anybody wants to come up, just make sure your opposition. I'll tell you what. For those of you who want to just talk. At the end of the live today, I don't know if Felice wants to stay on, but I'll stay on at the end, and I'll take guests. I'll take everybody can talk. I do appreciate all the donations. You guys have been more than generous during CoinCot, and I appreciate that you've involved yourself in CoinCot. I will stay. I don't have a hard cutoff today, so for those of you who are friendlies who want to talk, stick around till the end. I'll give you a chance. But if you are opposition, hop in the box during the show.
Okay, before we go on to the rest of this, I just wanted to go back to the Supreme Court stuff or that we were talking about yesterday, because I just missed, like a really good point about this. Like, it's so insane that like it was just, they were bringing up like Rachel Maddow, I love Rachel Maddow. She did like a whole thing last night on MSNBC where they analyzed like what they were talking about. And she was pointing out, like how the justices were like, oh, we can't decide an election. What are you talking about? And these are the same people, like Justice Roberts and Kavanaugh worked on Bush v. Gore. Like, they helped. You know what I'm saying? They're like,
exactly.
States can't decide elections except for in Bush v. Gore. When they decided that election, when those specific justices decided that election. But no, can't do that. Florida could decide that election, but then they had amnesia. No one brought up Bush v. Gore, and how two of those justices were directly involved in that and argued the opposite points that they were arguing yesterday.
Yeah, and we were talking about taking actual votes and disqualifying actual votes. Like in Bush v. Gore, there were people who went and voted and their vote didn't count. Like, so this is, you can allow a state to disqualify actual humans' votes, but what you can't do is remove somebody from a primary ballot. Got it. Cool.
Makes sense. States' rights only count if you're disenfranchising minority groups. Other than that argument only stands if it's for, not canceling student debt or taking women's rights. Then states' rights. But every other time, no.
Yeah, it's not okay. Let me do that. I need to turn off my heater real quick, and I need to pee. Can you start a longer clip?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I can just talk. I mean, we'll figure it out.
All right, guys, figure it out. Enjoy your alone time with Felice. Ask her just ask her really personal questions. That's what she wants.
Oh my God. I wanted to look up something. Oh yeah. Okay. Wait, hold on. There's something I wanted to read you guys. Okay. This is just, we can talk about this for a second. This is Rand Paul. Like, I was reminded when John McCain said that Rand Paul was a Russian asset. Like, I don't know if you were, let me just play. I found the clip just to, Rand Paul is the senator from Kentucky, in case you guys are curious. Do you remember, anyone remember this?
So I repeat again, the senator from Kentucky is now working for Vladimir Putin. So I repeat again.
Yeah. So anyways, like, Rand Paul, or this is Manu Raju, who's the Capitol Hill reporter for CNN. Do you have a boyfriend? No, I do not. Okay. Rand Paul told me he will force the Senate to drag out the process of the $95 billion aid package. I think we should stay here as long as it takes. If that takes a week or a month, I'll force them to stay here to discuss why they think the border of Ukraine is more important than the U.S. border. Like, do you remember we talked about the circular logic? Like, so Rand Paul, it first started with, right? It started with, well, we're not securing Ukraine's border before we secure the United States border. Then they're like, no, we need to tie it all together. Now Rand Paul's back to that. It's unbelievable. But anyways, I was just remembering the time that John McCain called Rand Paul a Russian asset. And it's like,
wait, I don't know about this.
Oh,
is this
here?
real?
I was just playing the clip. You can hear it. It's just he just
so
said.
I repeat again, the senator from Kentucky is now working for Vladimir Putin.
Like these people on the far right are all Putin apologists and worse, right? And that's go ahead.
Rand Paul took a sharp turn out of libertarianism and to like conspiracyville. It was a really interesting, like, I don't know if what John McCain's evidence is for that. I'm not exactly sure what he's referencing there, but something changed drastically for Rand Paul around like 2014, 2015, somewhere around, I don't have the dates. But all of a sudden he went from being like a pretty, like, he was a libertarian, he was an obstructionist Tea Partier, but he wasn't radical. Like he really held to his libertarian beliefs like his dad. And then all of a sudden, just like overnight flipped and became this radical. It was really bizarre change by Rand Paul. So look, these people in Congress, specifically in the Senate, they know secrets about each other. They know who each other are meeting with, and they act as a family. They keep those secrets largely in house. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's something more there than just saying like you're doing the bidding of Putin because of how you're voting. I would not be surprised by that.
Yeah. So anyways, I don't know. We don't have to go through these Trump clips because he's, at an airport screaming. But like, I'm just going to read you some of the dumb things that Trump said, just so we can. Meaningless bombs, except they kill a lot of people. It costs a lot of money. Every time you see a bomb, it's another $1 million. And it actually sets us back, said a guy who did more drone strikes than Obama. Okay.
I don't think this is a guy we should talk about wasting money, $50 million on three losing prosecutions so far.
Nobody's added more to the national debt than Donald Trump. So
bankrupted the GOP.
Expanded the military. What is he talking about? So here's another one. So I just say that in watching Supreme Court today, I thought it's a very beautiful process. I hope that democracy in this country will continue because right now we all have radical left ideas, the weaponization of politics. They weaponized it like never before.
Can somebody tell Trump to not say like never before anymore? Like
it's every time. Every time is like never before.
It's like so many things. Like every day is something that has just never happened before. But what happened is like the coffee was hot like never before, or like
never before seen.
He's running. He's first of all somebody that's intelligent and has all the best words wouldn't use the same goddamn words every day. I was thinking about this yesterday when I was driving. I think that the main difference and the main reason we see a big, a visible difference between the cognitive decline of Joe Biden and the cognitive decline of Donald Trump is that Donald Trump is just repeating the same things every day. He's just campaigning and repeating talking points. He's not answering questions. He's not trying to say anything with nuance. He's not even adding details to anything. He's not trying to remember numbers. He's not trying to remember names. He's not trying to remember dates. He's not trying to remember policies. He's not trying to articulate a plan. He literally is just doing a campaign speech at every time he's in front of a microphone. And it's the same speech. For those of us who follow it, he says the same thing virtually every day. And yeah, if you're going to say the same 8 things every day, maybe it won't be as apparent that cognitively you're slipping. But when you're in your 80s and you're trying to remember the right words to things and articulate things, I don't know that many 80-year-olds who do it really fluidly.
And then, so this is related to this press conference Donald Trump gave. Like Tim Pool yesterday tweets, imagine being a fucking retard and calling January 6th an insurrection. Yes, imagine that, Tim Pool. And then, ironically, Donald Trump, at his airport press conference, called January 6th an insurrection, which is hilarious. But I mean, in Trump's mind, he said that it was an insurrection, but that it was caused by Nancy Pelosi. That's what he said.
Let's just point out the fact, though, that multiple prominent Republicans are now using slurs openly. Like saying the R slur at any point prior to now would be disqualifying. Tim Pool, who has lost his fucking mind. Like, let's not forget that that's what Tim Pool did yesterday. And
let's never forget it.
These people feel so empowered and able to just drop slurs, to just lie, to slander. They think that this is, like, their followers don't care. They think that this is a war, and in times of war, it's time to get serious. But what we're really seeing is the true colors of these right-wingers. When they get backed into a corner like Tim Pool is... Yeah, Tim Pool, by the way, is being backed into a corner. Tim Pool's getting demonetized everywhere. He's getting mocked by... He there's a pretty funny clip of Tim Pool getting mad at one of his guests, and he's like, "Hey, I'm not trying to be a dick, but every time you come on here, my videos get demonetized because you threaten people's lives." And he's like, I had it with this guest and this guest, and he starts naming off all these people that he keeps bringing on as guests that get him demonetized. And now Tim Pool is just showing his true colors. Like,
it's vile.
I tweet and I say bad things sometimes. Like, I say bad words. But nobody tweets that when they're not saying a million times worse than that in public. And that tweet was one of his most engaged tweets that I've seen. Gunther, our guy Gunther Eagleman, right wingers everywhere, they love that tweet. Elon Musk
I didn't look at it. I couldn't.
Yeah. That's what's going on now in the Republican Party. At
the same time, he's saying that Orange Jesus, who he worships, is calling J6 an insurrection also. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Donald Trump himself says that. Like, so what point are you arguing? Is your master lying?
I don't even think that was the point. I honestly
I know it's not the point, but I'm just saying, like, I know it's not the point, but it is sort of the point. Like,
I think the point of Tim Pool, I think Tim Pool put out that tweet because he wanted to, like, he was furious and he wanted to say something awful. Yeah. And I think he wanted to drop the R slur. And so and then he knew that, like, what's the red meat I can add with this? Oh, pretending that it wasn't an insurrection. That's the red meat. Like, this
for sure. I agree with that. But I'm just talking about the irony, like the irony of, at the same time, like on the same day, within literally I can't remember what time the tweet was. Yeah, legitimately at the same time, like at the same time you're saying this, the guy that you are literally shilling for every day, in his own words, called it an insurrection. But yeah, Tim Pool's whole thing, Tim Pool's whole bit, is that J6 isn't an insurrection. That's one of the things he's loudly obsessed with, is just saying that. But if you read the Colorado Supreme Court's decision, it's defined what they mean by insurrection. Like, but yeah, he was just trying to be horrible, but it was such ironic timing of how dumb that man is. Like,
yeah, I've been just watching the demise of Tim Pool. He showed that where's this one? There was a plane crash yesterday, or two planes collided at somewhere. Where was it?
I don't know. There's a helicopter crash, and he just says 5 Marines died.
Yeah, LOL, DEI. Can I fast forward to the SCOTUS libel arguments? Yeah, but anyways, he's just going on, like, he's just become like a lolcow. Like, he's just become an actual internet troll. And this is what is, for Felice and I, is so frustrating when we watch this, is that the right is they're just trolls now. Like, they've what's the word? Devolved into internet trolls. They've devolved into like a bootleg version of who Donald Trump is. And that's the whole message now. The whole, like, Elise Stefanik, you'll cover this, like, people just going back, like, they don't care now that they're on both sides of the position. Like, when you point out to them, you saw Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, I'm not taking questions. This is who they are now. These are people who are cornered. They have nothing left to say, and they're lashing out. I've been saying it for months now. Yeah. Like, this is MAGA. The walls are closing in. The crazies are going to get crazier. And I just think,
why do they lash out and punch down, though? Do you know what I'm saying?
Because they can't punch up.
Yeah, like the point is like that's what's so messed up. Like Charlie Kirk, okay, now you're getting because you're getting a lot of clicks because you're demonizing a civil rights leader, like a black man, like and you like the engagement you're getting from racists. So that's what he's doing. Tim Pool is attacking like neurodivergent people. It's absolutely unconscionable what these people are doing, and they get the engagement, so they're like, oh, look at me, I'm successful because I'm awful.
And it's a wild miscalculation, because here's the problem is it's like Alex Jones. When people become provocateurs, when they start saying crazy things, they get attention, but that attention is fleeting. Because eventually, like a provocateur isn't fun anymore. Eventually, I stop. Like for me on the left, I'm going to stop being outraged by a provocateur. You know, like I never care what Alex Jones says anymore. I don't. I do not care what Jack Posobiec
Can't even barely listen.
Yeah. What about Jack Posobiec or Posobiec, whatever his name is? Posobiec, Dan Bongino. Like, these people are losing. Like, they wind up getting deplatformed because nobody has their back anymore, and then they just shout at their white nationalist, customer base. But it's a massive miscalculation by them, because eventually we'll stop being outraged. Good job, Tucker. Good job. You did an interview with Putin. More than half the world hates you. Most people think you're disgusting, and you're getting views on this, and you're getting engagement on this, and it's all negative. So do you think when you bring on Cat Turd and Libs of TikTok for the panel that those same viewers are going to jump in? No, we've already heard from Cat Turd.
That is his panel.
Yeah, we've already heard from Cat Turd. We've already heard from Libs of TikTok, and we've already heard from you. We watched you get your ass beat by Vladimir Putin for 2 hours.
He made fun of him for like applying to be in the CIA and failing.
Yeah,
like, Tucker, you were every time you tried to speak, he shamed you and told you to shut up. Like.
Yeah,
it was so embarrassing. I was really worried for his safety. But let me just show you. So what we're talking about, these are the influencers, right? But this is also going on in Congress in a different way. I just want to play this clip now of Foghorn Leghorn, Senator John Kennedy, who, again, Oxford educated Senator John Kennedy, who you can look up videos of when he did not have this accent, but when the rise of MAGA in Louisiana and he needed to appeal to a different type of base, started talking like this. But
before you play that, can I just point out, because I'm going to forget this. Do you remember in like the early 2000s, like with the NBA, when like David Stern was mad at all the NBA players because they were, he would say they were dressing like thugs, right? And there was this line that like some NBA players, like they would say this: NBA players want to be rappers, rappers want to be NBA players, right? They wanted what they didn't have. That's what we're seeing with Republican Congress now. Is like Republican Congress people want to be influencers, and influencers want to be in Congress. And we have
MAGA Republican, like Ted Cruz is like, how do I get in there? No, it's so true. So I just want you to listen to this. Is they're doing federal appointments and they're interviewing them. Like, listen to what John Kennedy is doing to this. She's an African American woman. Just listen. This is John Kennedy.
Are you still a Marxist? Thank you for the question.
He said, "Are you still a Marxist?" This is the line of questioning.
Are you still a Marxist?
Thank you for the question, Senator.
You don't have to thank me. We'll say.
I'm
sorry.
I am not, nor have ever been a Marxist.
Well, you gave an interview in 2000 to the feminist press.
The feminist press.
Turn it over.
What in God's... Oh my God.
We had to ask for it. We found it on our own. And you then turned it over to us. And this is what you were describing your time working in a coffee shop. You said, quote, the kids would come into the cafe all the time. We'd talk about what they're doing. We'd talk about their classes. And I was in my Marxist phase. So You used to be a Marxist, but you're not now?
No, Senator, if I may, the context of that interview, I had no idea that interview was something that was going to be published. I did an interview with the...
Did you mean what you said, whether it was published or not, or whether we find it? Trying to understand what you believe. You said I was in my Marxist phase.
Thank you, Senator.
Still in your Marxist phase, or was that in the past?
No, Senator, if I may explain.
Sure.
I was a political science major. When I graduated from college, I immersed myself in a ton of political theory. I read Hobbes, I read Locke, I read Rousseau, I read Marx. I went through a phase where I was into Eastern religion, where I read the Tao Te Ching, the Analects of Confucius. So I suspect, and I don't know that quote with the article, I don't know if she was referring to what I was studying at the time, but as a political science major and as a theorist and someone who was considering teaching a course in political theory, I immersed myself in those things.
But she didn't refer to anything. She, meaning, I assume you're referring to the reporter who interviewed. These are your words, and you didn't say I'm in my Hobbes phase. You didn't say, second, I'm in my Locke phase. I mean, you didn't say I'm in my Rousseau phase. You said I was in my Marxist phase.
Yeah, we can stop now because it's
cool.
This is very much like when Matt Gaetz tried to do what Matt Gaetz tried to do to who's that general? I can't. Who's the general that
General Milley?
The guy that
Milley.
Yeah, Milley. And he's like, oh, you read Marx, or you know about Mao. And he's like, absolutely. Like, I need to educate myself. He's like, I'm in the military. I want to understand the mindset and strategy of people in other countries so I understand how to combat it. Like, if you learn about political theory, like, you should study Marx. The reason Marx isn't largely studied in this country is because professors were rounded up and put in jail for criticize. All Marxism is a critique of capitalism. Imagine that.
Right.
Why would you be put in jail for critiquing capitalism?
It's an insane thing. Like, if you're going to be put in jail for critiquing capitalism, if you're going to be criticized for at one point saying, like, I was in my Marx phase, then, like, you also need to be criticized for saying that you're a libertarian. Right? You're also need to be criticized when you are a secessionist. But no, we're not going to talk about the people that are like actual secessionists and who reside in the Republican Party. We're not going to address that. I need to cover a couple comments before we get too far. From CC, roses are red, violets are blue. Thank you, Jay and Felice, for all you do.
Oh, I love that. Thank you.
That was beautiful. And then from Anthony, can the commune also have a coven? Sign me the fuck up.
A coven? Absolutely.
I don't know what that is. What's a coven?
A coven, like a group of witches, I'm assuming. A coven is a gathering of witches.
All right, yeah.
We can. The answer to that is yes.
And Sue, for the Marxist citizenry of Felice's new commune on the cruise ship. So there we go. That seems to be a winner.
Yes, for sure. The cruise ship commune sounds like a really great plan.
I'm sorry that I didn't know what a coven it is. A coven?
Coven, yeah.
I apologize. I'm not up to date on my Wiccanism. Is that Wiccan?
Wicca? Those are the good witches,
yeah.
Essentially. I think that's a nice way to put it. Yeah. So anyways, I'm just making the point that like the same that Tim Pool and them are doing, which is a lot, it might sound more grimy. That's the same shit that John Kennedy is trying to delegitimize educated African American woman who's very very deserving to be confirmed. You know, it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
If I honestly think that you could start a rumor that Democrats were gloopists. And you'd be like, what's gloopist? And you could just tell Republicans like, oh, gloopist is the enemy. It's anti-democracy or anti-capitalism. And they would just accuse everybody of being gloopist. Because Republicans know as much about what being a gloopist is they do about what being a Marxist is, or a socialist, or a communist. I've never once, not one time, and somebody, for the love of God, somebody get me this clip if it exists. Can somebody show me a clip of a debate or a Senate hearing or an interview where somebody is asked, a Republican is asked what communism is, or what socialism is, and they give an answer that's correct. Like I would challenge anybody to find me that goddamn clip, because I've looked for it. I've seen Ben Shapiro swing and miss on it, and Ben Shapiro does know what it is now. He finally has figured it out, but he doesn't debate as much anymore. I've seen Charlie Kirk swing and miss. I've never seen a Fox host correctly identify what it is. Can you just somebody find me a clip of a Republican correctly identifying what socialism is? I wouldn't.
And the reason that's the reason I said John Kennedy is Oxford educated. This man knows full well what he's doing is complete propaganda for a clip. You know what I'm saying? This man is Oxford educated. He knows what he's doing.
He may be Oxford educated, but he sounds oxen educated.
I don't get it.
He's educated by oxen.
Oh, God. Okay.
That's a killer joke. That is a killer
joke. Oh my
joke.
God. And I can't show you this clip, but I don't know if you guys know, like, Greg Abbott lost his mind yesterday and gave a press conference at the border.
I'm being booed in the comments.
Ooh, yeah, that was like, ooh. I was like, I'll just move on.
I'll be here all week.
I just need to say that Governor Abbott, has lost his mind and did a border press conference, like condemning Biden after they struck down the border security bill. But I can't really show you this clip, but I'm just going to tell you, I have one clip. I'll play it, but I need you to know that while I'm playing this, a large group of flies, I'm talking about thousands of flies, are buzzing around Greg Abbott's head like he's a pile of shit. I mean, I don't want to draw a conclusion here, but a large swarm of flies. You can barely see him because there's so many flies swarming around him while he tries to act natural and talk.
It's all because Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's all because Joe Biden allowed this entire area to be penetrated by the drug cartels that smuggled in illegal immigrants. Have you seen an area that is boxed off by a container that has razor wire on the container or on the ground or on the fence? Those are areas that illegal immigrants were once able to cross that are now. It's all because
he's God. I wish you guys could see the flies, but just know there's a swarm of flies. Illegal.
Say illegal immigrants.
Yeah, he's reading. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing. But that's all the Texas border now is a photo op. It's like a Republican pilgrimage to get your picture taken. It's so embarrassing. And Mark Kelly, the segue to that is Mark Kelly, our astronaut senator from Arizona. Just saying, do you guys have an astronaut senator? Because we do.
The answer is no to all of you. Okay, that's the answer.
Has your senator been to space?
In all fairness, you guys you don't have Kirsten Sinema though. So in all fairness, let's be honest.
In all fairness, you guys are winning.
And your state doesn't have Carrie Lake.
Oh my God! And the J6 shaman running for Congress.
And actual Q from QAnon. He didn't make it, but he ran for Congress also.
Sorry, I'm just looking. Oh, I found it. Okay. I just want to play this clip of Mark Kelly talking about the theatrics that, at the border.
But I'm baffled by how we got here. We took a pair of votes this week. One that included border security and support for our allies, and one that was just support for our allies. It was a lack of support from my Republican colleagues that meant the first vote with border security failed. This, after months of working on a compromise to finally do something about this issue. Every senator faced a choice, an up or down vote. That's why we are here, to make tough choices in service of our country and to make easy choices when they're right in front of us. Supporting our allies is an easy choice. Securing our border is an easy choice. I understand the politics. I know some politicians see more advantage in shouting about problems than solving them. Well, I'll tell you this. If you come back to my state to do TV interviews at the border, you better be ready to explain why you chose politics over addressing this crisis that's staring you in the face.
Tell him, Mark Kelly. Tell him, Mark Kelly. Like, it's, and I think I don't know if he's the chairman. I don't think he's the chairman. Wait, is he? He's either the chairman or a high-ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, of the Senate Armed Services Committee. That's why he's so upset about the funding and stuff, like,
I don't
being
think
denied.
Yeah, I think he's just on the Armed Services Committee. Yeah. Just need to read a couple comments from Lorraine. I want a room at the compound. Love you both. Lorraine, your room is booked.
Awesome. You're in.
Let me just check real quick here. Look, there's just been so many compliments and gifts for my dad joke. I'm not going to read them, but just know that they've been pouring in. Everybody loved that joke. So
is that what it is?
Yeah, everybody loved
being affirmed,
yeah.
and they're like, go on tour and take that joke and
it's
spread
crazy.
it to the masses.
It's crazy the
You're
amount
gonna start
of
your
support
comedy
I'm
tour?
getting. Yeah, so people just loved it, but they just all said it was anonymous, but they couldn't type. Couldn't type because I'm laughing so hard. OMG, Jay, you're the hottest and funniest. And there's 50 people that sent that message. That's crazy. That's wild. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so we can get in now to the Biden stuff and decide like necessarily what we want to talk about. I think I'll play Andrew Weissman because I don't know how you feel about Andrew Weissman, but I love him. He's a federal prosecutor for like, I don't know, 20 plus years or something. And so let's just play this clip of Andrew Weissman because he's one of the most intelligent
people. I have very strong views on that based on the model that James Comey set, where somebody there, Hillary Clinton, was.
See, he's the one that explained to me, he's the one that's drawing the comparison between James Comey, like what James Comey did to Hillary Clinton, which James Comey in his book, in all fairness, you can look it up. He feels very bad about what happened to Hillary Clinton and has said like it was a mistake.
Yeah.
Not being charged. Sounds familiar. This is not being charged. And yet a person goes out and gives their opinion with adjectives and adverbs about what they think. Entirely inappropriate. That is not the role of the Department of Justice. I don't even understand why you would engage in, just as a prosecutorial matter, your memory today is irrelevant. Whether I find you in an interview to have forgotten things, certainly to say, what do you remember about certain documents in your house, 4 or 5 years ago, I would understand that you might not remember that. To talk about your memory today, irrelevant. It is gratuitous. And it is also exactly what you're not supposed to do, which is putting your thumb on the scale that could have political repercussions. Your decision is essentially, to the vernacular in the Department of Justice, is put up or shut up. You either decide to go forward, that there is proof here, or you don't say anything at all with respect to your sort of opinions about the case. If you want to talk about something that would be legitimate, which is what President Biden would have thought at the time that he had these documents in 2017, I think that's fair game to say, at the time, there's evidence that he either remembered or didn't remember. That time period would make sense, but that is not what this report does. So I think a really fair criticism of this is, unfortunately, we're seeing a redux of what we saw with respect to James Comey at the FBI, with respect to Hillary Clinton, in terms of really not adhering to what I think are the highest ideals of the Department of Justice.
Neil, do you share?
Tell them, Andrew Weissman. And then also Neil Katyal. It was the best panel ever. Neil Katyal was on too, he's the guy, he was the Solicitor General of the United States. He wrote the special counsel language. So he's very familiar with what's going on in these special counsel probes.
He's come up with a clever way to get those adjectives in there by saying, well, if I brought this case to trial, this is what I would face from a jury. But as Andrew says, totally gratuitous. I mean, after all, earlier in the report, it says Biden had all sorts of innocent explanations for his behavior. So it just doesn't feel like that's doing the work. And it feels like a, too clever move by the special counsel to try and take some swipes at a sitting president. And it doesn't sit well with me at all. And I do think that it, is very much in tension with the Justice Department guidelines on special counsels. And I'm a bit surprised, frankly, that, Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, evidently didn't, police those regulations at all and let that happen. I get the need for transparency. I know that, in the report goes out, her report today goes and says Biden's very different than Trump because Biden ordered full cooperation with the investigation, no invocation of executive privilege or anything like that. Trump's invoking every privilege, left, right, forward, making ones up to try and block having to tell the truth in court. Biden obviously did the reverse, but, this particular piece does not sit well with me.
Well, when Neil Katyal speaks, he's the last and final say.
Again, we bring this up a lot, like it's projection. This is what you get. The exact things that we were accused of during the Trump administration, that we looked under every rock and we were hopeful that everything was going to bring him down and nothing ever brought him down. Well, I'd just like to point out that during the Trump administration, he was impeached twice. Post-Trump administration, he's been indicted 91 times. We were right. We were right to say that what Trump was doing in many instances was at the very least illegal, but entirely immoral in some cases. And this just reeks of people who have bought into a narrative, specifically this prosecutor. He bought into the narrative that Joe Biden was a criminal and that Joe Biden is corrupt. And at the end of his findings, what he found is that Joe Biden could not be convicted or charged with a crime, that there was no evidence that you could convict him or fuck conviction, charge him. And it frustrated him. He wanted so badly to find evidence of a crime, and Republicans wanted so badly to find evidence of a crime, that even in the piece of paper that is exonerating Joe Biden of committing a crime, they have to smear him because they're dedicated to this idea that Joe Biden is the actual criminal. But we can look at time and time again, when it comes down to applying the law, there has not been a single instance where you can look at Joe Biden and say guilty. And there have been multiple instances of Donald Trump where you can look at him and say guilty. This is a country that is divided not by facts, but by a narrative. And there are people, high-ranking officials, people with significant power like this, who have chosen to write an opinion piece instead of a decision. And I don't want to hear from Democrats anymore, Republicans anymore, about the weaponization or the narrativization of the Justice Department. Joe Biden could have killed this investigation at any point. He could have got Merrick Garland to get rid of the prosecutor that was assigned by Trump. Clearly a Trump loyalist. Clearly somebody with a narrative in his mind, but he didn't. He was so confident in the findings that he stayed completely out of it. But this is who the Republican Party is now. They're so convinced of things without facts that even when the facts are in front of their face that Joe Biden did not break the law, they find a way to make Joe Biden appear to be a criminal. They're like, oh, well, they just didn't charge him because he's not competent. Well, that's not what it says. That's not what it says.
And the point, and like we were talking about earlier, and I can't remember, I think it might be Goldman who pointed that out. Like so many people were on panels talking about this, but like, yeah, Trump said, I don't recall 400 times. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. This man said it. And the other point is this what we're going to do? This whole election cycle leading up until November is going to be who's more senile? And we're all going to trot out clips of Trump being senile. Then we're going to play some clips of Biden being senile. It's the same fucking thing. Like, it's embarrassing. They cancel each other, like, whatever the case may be. Do you know what I'm saying? But we do have one guy, like Neil Katyal was saying, who invoked privileges that do not even exist to avoid telling the truth. We do have one man who's a pathological liar and a criminal. And I think if the senility of these two candidates cancel itself out, but still we have a criminal and a liar. You know what I'm saying here?
Yeah, which one do you want? Do you want, you got two old men, one of them is a criminal and a lawyer, and the other one, lawyer, well, Freudian slip, liar, and the other one isn't. Which one are you gonna, like, that's the dichotomy that we have. Like, if we're gonna play whataboutism, fine, let's play whataboutism. Do they both say dumb things? Yeah. Do they both get lost in their own sentences sometimes? Yeah. Do they both misremember names? Yeah. Are they both criminals? Nope. No, that's where we draw the line. Did they both?
Did they both do coups?
Nope. Did they both do coups? Did they both attempt an insurrection? No, just one of them. Okay. Like if you're gonna start doing this, if you're gonna start comparing and play whataboutism, like play the whole game, play the whole thing. Be honest with yourselves, Republicans.
I know, like the whataboutisms don't even work. Like that's their only thing left. Like the only thing they have left does not track. But yeah, like you're arguing one person's senile and the other person's senile. Like use your brain. I'm not gonna bother playing the clip from. I need to play this one clip from Goldman. Like he was talking about the Biden stuff, but then he veered off for a second to say something that is super important that I was yelling about yesterday. Let's listen.
Real quick, Laura sent a gift for Taylor Swift endorsed wire cutters. Appreciate that. Thank you, Laura.
Absolutely. Taylor Swift endorsed wire cutters. Love it.
Has been used as before. These are all very technical legal things. But Jake, the biggest thing for me that I am just shocked about is that Justice Clarence Thomas sat there for oral argument. He had recused himself in the John Eastman case because of his wife's involvement in the January 6th insurrection. But today, in another case involving the same subject matter, he did not recuse himself. This is a crisis of ethics at the Supreme Court. Chief Justice Roberts has said that they can police themselves, but it is clear, based on Clarence Thomas's own actions, that he cannot and they cannot. And it is high time for Congress to enact significant ethical reforms at the Supreme Court.
Tell the people, Dan. Tell the people.
Look, it is a failure of our Supreme Court that when these ethics complaints came up against Clarence Thomas, that they have said we will police ourselves. For the Supreme Court to say that, the Supreme Court who acts as like a check. And they should understand better than any other branch. They should understand that each branch needs to have a check. And they're saying, no, we don't need a check. I think that's a real... I think it sends not only the wrong message, but for the future, it says that like you can buy judges. It's fine. If you want judges in there who will do your bidding, you can buy them. It's okay. They're not going to do anything about it. These are bought and paid for judges. There's no question about that. There's no question that Leonard Leo has put these judges there. I don't know.
Yeah, and Chief Justice Roberts. Yeah, and you saw Clarence. I know Chief Justice Roberts told Clarence Thomas to not talk that much, but he still could not shut the up. You know what I mean? He was still in there talking. Like you have no business even sitting in that room. And still he had to open his mouth to defend the indefensible. Like Clarence Thomas is vile. Sorry, I know that was a little departure, but when he was talking about Biden, it's like he just had to say it, and I'm like, I totally approve. Let's listen. Raskin too. By the way, Raskin was on one yesterday.
Yeah, what's ironic about this is that this is likely going to be a near unanimous decision, right? It doesn't. Nobody that's an expert, and I'm leaning on them. But nobody who's an expert thinks that this decision is going to go the way of Colorado. Virtually everybody thinks it's going to go the way of Trump. I think every Supreme Court justice basically knew where they were leaning before they came into that, and it appears all of them were at the very least were on the fence, but most were leaning that direction. This was an opportunity for Clarence Thomas to just step away and recuse himself and not even have to worry about the outcome. He's not going to be a deciding vote. Yeah. This should have been the easiest time for him to not be there. It should have been.
Look at the narcissist. You know what? You're exactly right. No need to even be there. You'd still get your way, Clarence, but you're such a narcissist. You're so power hungry. You're so unwilling to take accountability for anything that you sat in there just to prove a point, just to show us I'm corrupt and I'm here and there's nothing you can do about it. It's like he's mocking us. It's disturbing.
It does feel like that. That's the thing. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't, but it feels like it. It feels like
that's what I was telling you. I was so triggered by that. Like, just that was one of the reasons I was so triggered.
They're the only branch that isn't supposed to be political. And even if they, like, obviously everybody has their own politics, everybody has their own leanings. That's why, you want to, if you're a conservative, you want a conservative Supreme Court justice. But the idea behind wanting a conservative Supreme Court justice should be that they interpret the Constitution in a conservative way. That's what it should be. But like none of this stuff that we're talking about right now with Clarence Thomas, this isn't conservative. It's all politics. It has nothing to do with ideology. It has everything to do with his wife thinking Donald Trump is her Lord and Savior and him taking money. That's all this has to do with. And that's what sucks about the Supreme Court is for forever we've been able to, at least there was no evidence that the Supreme Court was corrupt. Now the evidence is in front of our faces, and they're like, "Nah, it's cool. You guys just didn't see it before."
And I just want to point out to all the people with uteruses, like, these people had no problem making the toughest decision, when Alito was paid to, you know what I'm saying? These people had no problem repealing Roe v. Wade, taking away half of the people's rights in this country. No problem at all. But when it comes to enforcing states' rights, brother, and letting Colorado decide who's eligible to be on the ballot, we learned yesterday that the Supreme Court are a bunch of cowards. They don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
I think that's a good point. Like, if the argument is that if you give Colorado this right, then other states can do the same thing, well, okay, that's fine. But again, you've mentioned this a million times. You guys are originalists. So then what you should say is, as it's written, and because of previous decisions, like, yeah, we got to do states' rights. But this is a unique instance where they're going to say, like, hey, we don't want to rock the boat here. We don't want to set a precedent like that. But it does demand legislation. I think it's probably the right move. If we're being honest, after listening to the arguments, seeing the evidence from both sides, from my limited legal mind, I do think it's the right move. But it's bizarre coming from the originalists. It's bizarre that that opinion's coming from them.
I don't think it's the right legal move, but if they're making judicial systems now or decisions based on what could happen to the country, then okay, like, I hear that. I hear the argument for it. But right. Like, if we're looking at judicial, and that the lawyer, because I don't think he necessarily did a bad job. He came on Rachel Maddow yesterday and got quizzed by other lawyers again and restated his whole case last night on MSNBC. And yeah, did an amazing job. Like, like when they said, or I think it was Kagan said, you want us, or you want Colorado to decide who wins the presidential election? And he said, no, I want you to decide, the Supreme Court to decide. That's why we're here right now, is for you to do your jobs, the highest court in the land. And that's absolutely right. If this was just a law review where we're originalists interpreting the Constitution, then states' rights rule out. Like, that's just what it is. But they're too cowardly to make that decision, so we'll see how it unfolds.
That's a good point. Donald Trump is doing something. He's exposing potential loopholes in our Constitution. He's exposing areas where somebody could use those areas to, let's say, just do a fascist takeover. And what's interesting is that they recognize that. The Supreme Court recognizes that. Everybody recognizes that. But they're not willing to say that that's what Trump is trying to do. And this is just, it's another instance of people giving Trump grace that I don't understand why they think he deserves that. And give me a scenario where where we set a line and Donald Trump didn't cross it. In every instance, he's crossing the lines. He'll do it every time.
Habitual line stepper is what we have here. A habitual line stepper.
Like, imagine if Donald Trump wasn't a fucking moron. Imagine if he was more articulate.
I can't.
If he could keep his mouth shut. If he wasn't losing case after case. Imagine if Donald Trump was running a coup, like tried to run a coup that was smart. It was intelligent. Imagine if Donald Trump was Putin. Putin would have pulled this off in the Republican Party. Putin could have done this. Donald Trump's a moron, so we're fortunate there. But I don't understand why you get grace for being
idiot.
Yeah, I just don't get why we're giving somebody so much grace for being too stupid to pull off what they want to do. Like, is that's the defense now? And we're just going to set this. We're going to set the precedent that, like, hey, hopefully in the future, whoever tries to do this is also too stupid. Let's just hope so. That's a strange thing to bank on.
Okay, Raskin was on a roll yesterday. He was pissed. He was talking to Wolf Blitzer.
Well, sure. As the lead Democrat in the Oversight Committee, we would like to do some legislation to get our best archivists and librarians together to figure out a way that we can tag material more quickly and prevent it from kind of negligent mishandling, the kind we had from Mike Pence and Joe Biden. But that is an ocean away from Donald Trump, who deliberately pilfered hundreds of top secret classified government documents and then refused to return them and hid them all over his house. Whereas this Republican special counsel said that Joe Biden had been completely forthcoming and cooperative, and they're not bringing any criminal charges against him. He did take some gratuitous slaps at Joe Biden because of his age, and a lot of these kind of age discriminatory and age insulting remarks are getting rather tiresome. All we really need from a special prosecutor like her is a decision whether there's any legal grounds to move forward. He said there's not, and he didn't need to take all those cheap shots. And obviously you could take the same kinds of cheap shots at Donald Trump, who recently confused a woman that he sexually attacked and then lied about with one of his wives, and also mixed up Nancy Pelosi and Nikki Haley.
I love how he just has to fit that in there. Like, I love Raskin.
In all fairness, he mixed up a person he sexually abused with another person that he sexually abused. Just to be clear on that. If anybody remembers,
let's be clear on that.
Yeah, let's remember that there were maybe I'm mixing that up actually. Maybe it was Ivana that accused him of that, and not Marla Maples. I might have that.
Well, you can lead MAGA to water, but you can't make them drink. You can't make them get the point, because Donald Trump by himself admitted, like, hey, this is what I do. I grab women by the, you know what I mean? Like, Donald Trump literally admitted on tape that this is how he assaults women, but they can't understand that what he admitted that he does, walks up to women and grabs them by the, is the same thing E. Jean Carroll is describing. And they're like, oh, I can't make that leap. I can't make that intellectual leap. That's okay. Hold on. I'm just going to play some more.
Real quick from Amber, wanted to give you a penny for my thoughts. But unfortunately, Cash App only can do dollars, so had to send $1. So I just wanted to.
Thanks, Amber.
Thanks, Amber.
Does this raise alarms about whether President Biden is fit to serve another term in office?
Well, undoubtedly, that's what Robert Hur, who comes from my state, he's a Maryland Republican. Undoubtedly, that's what he intended to do with those ridiculous cheap shots. I just spent an hour with President Biden and the entire Democratic caucus, where he regaled and entertained everyone for an hour and went through all of the extraordinary accomplishments of his administration, including the Inflation Reduction Act. We've got the best economy in the world right now, the creation of millions and millions of jobs, just an extraordinary record to run on. So they're going to come up with some cheap shots like that.
Oh, wait, hold on. That was not the one I wanted to play, but sorry.
They're going to come up with some cheap shots like that. I mean, to me,
no. Anyways, whatever. We can move on from this, but I can't find the clip I wanted to play. We don't need it. I mean, whatever. We all know Raskin's great, but he had some good moments yesterday. He was in rare form. Anyways, so do we want to do, let's do the press conference now. We can move on to the press conference.
Terrific.
So what happened? Yeah.
Everything gets better now.
Oh, yeah. Like, I just can't. Well, I mean, I think it's a good choice. Like, this was a strategic choice to then come out and do a press conference, because the point is Biden doesn't answer questions. The press, like the right-leaning press, was saying a bunch of stuff immediately when this report was released, and one of the things specifically, I don't really want to get into this because it's so vile, but this special prosecutor was basically implying that Joe Biden doesn't know when his child died.
That's insane. That's an insane thing to say. And that everybody should know where that comes from. It comes from Joe Biden making multiple speeches saying that he lost his son in Iraq and just misspeaking. Of course he knows what happened, right? But he's not going to, he doesn't want to share the story the whole time. So he's just shortening it to say, or not Iraq, Afghanistan, just saying that he lost his son in Afghanistan. That's all he's saying. Everybody knows exactly what he means. That's why this cheap shot is so fucking disgusting. Because he knows what he's saying. Everybody does. He did not forget when his son died. He didn't forget how his son died. He just sometimes doesn't tell the whole story. That's it.
Thank you, and I'll take some questions.
Oh, wait, sorry. Not that clip.
I know there's some attention paid to some language in the report about my recollection of events. There's even reference that I don't remember when my son died. How in the hell dare he raise that? Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, it wasn't any of their damn business. Let me tell you something. Some of you have commented, I wear since the day he died, every single day, the rosary he got from Our Lady of... Every Memorial Day, we hold a service remembering him, attended by friends and family and the people who loved him. I don't need anyone to remind me when he passed away. Simple truth is I sat for a 5-hour interview over 2 days of events going back 40 years.
Yeah, he was being interviewed over 40 years of events. And what this special, for him to bring that up and say you're acutely aware of the pain. That's something that Dark Brandon talks about all the time, is the pain he feels every day from his child dying. And the fact that they're constantly trying to use this as some sort of thing against him is vile.
Do you remember when there was that video that came out of him that Republicans tried to smear him with during the campaign? It was that recorded video of him and Hunter. When Hunter was just in the throes of his addiction, and they were trying to help him. And it's just Joe Biden pleading, telling his son how much he loves him. And you remember that there is nothing that Christian conservative, MAGA, patriots, there is nothing that you guys aren't willing to say and do to smear Joe Biden. And every time you do, regular people who aren't in a goddamn motherfucking cult, see what you're doing, and they see that you're sick. You're tired of being called bigots? You're tired of people hating you? You're tired of people calling it a cult? Stop acting like it. This is disgusting. This is a parent who lost a child. If you can't have sympathy, and if you can't walk on eggshells about the things that you say about a parent who lost a child, specifically when you're talking about the parent losing the child. I'm not saying if somebody loses a child you can never criticize them, or you can't be critical of them. I'm saying don't use a parent losing a child as a way to criticize them. That's disgusting. That's horrific. That is absolutely horrific, and Republican after Republican after Republican has no problem doing it. And I'd just like to point out that it's because you have dehumanized every Democrat politician. And how do you think genocides
Democratic,
thank you. How do you think genocides happen? How do you think mass unalivings happen? How do you think violence against innocent people happens? It starts with dehumanizing them. And that's what the Republicans are attempting to do with Democrats. When I'll share this again, but I have former friends who I don't spend time with, former friends who I've been asked, why don't you hang out with these people? It's well, I see what they write on the internet. I see how they dehumanize people who disagree with them. I see that they call everybody who voted for Joe Biden P3DOs. Like, I see that. Why on earth would I spend the time with those people? And unfortunately, that's what MAGA has become. I can't think of a more hateful organization in our country than MAGA. I honest to God can't think of one. The amount of hatred that they levy at Joe Biden for what? Because he beat Donald Trump? You don't hate him because he's a criminal, because he's not. You don't hate him because of crimes you can show that he committed, because you can't show any. You can't hate him because of how he treats his family, because all he does is loves them. You can't hate him for what he's done to the economy, because it's done nothing but get better. Like, you now are making up reasons to hate him. And that reason is that, like, he doesn't tell the whole story of how he lost his son. Like, just look at the stuff that you have to attack him for. It's nonsense stuff. Like, it's not real. Nothing about these attacks is real. That should tell you that your side doesn't have anything to stand on. You don't have anything to run on. When you are stooping to this level, you have nothing. And that's who you do have nothing. Republicans, I hope one of you's here. Nothing. You have nothing to run on. You have no policies. You have no prescriptions. It's just hate. You are nothing but a hate cult at this point.
For real. And I think that's a comment. It's something that people need to learn and do know, but I'm just going to say it again. Like, just like what you said, dehumanization is how it starts. Like, everyone knows that if, let's say an African American is lynched or there, violence against them occurs, everyone can condemn that. But what it starts with is the constant dehumanization. That's why when violence is committed, that nobody cares. It begins with you dehumanizing communities, minority communities, whatever. Like, that is the number one problem of MAGA, and why we say that you're spreading hate, or that if you don't like being called a bigot, then don't be complicit in dehumanization, like the dehumanization of E. Jean Carroll, the dehumanization of Taylor Swift. Why? Because she fell in love with someone? And so now we have millions of impotent men stalking her, gang stalking her on the internet and dehumanizing her and putting up AI nude photos of her. Is that if you don't understand how it starts with dehumanization, then you're part of the problem.
Yeah, why do you think the Republican talking point is, whenever we talk about Ukraine, to point out that Ukraine has schmazzies? Why? Because you want to make it okay. You want to make it okay for Russia to take over Ukraine. You want it to be okay that Russia's committing war crimes. Like, you need that to be okay. Why do we talk when you talk about the Palestinians? Why do you only talk about Hamas? Why do you only talk about those who have been captured? What's the word I'm looking for? Prisoners. Why do you only talk about prisoners? Why don't you address, like, the thousands of innocent people? Why? Because it doesn't work for you. Because if you humanize the Palestinians, if you humanize them, then you have to admit that you're, like, participating in a genocide. That's how this works, folks. This, like, when you want to join in with people like Russia, you have to dehumanize people first in order to validate what they're doing. Welcome, Richard.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good.
What's up?
I'm not sure what the topic is. I've been listening to you guys. You guys kind of been all over the board. So, you're talking about MAGA people being dehumanizing people. I don't really understand where that.
Well, if you were listening.
Well, no, where? I mean, give me. You're putting a blanket statement. MAGA people dehumanize people. How?
Yeah, you said you've been listening to us for a while. We were just explaining.
No, I mean, not for a while. I just clicked over. I sent a couple things, and then you guys asked me if I wanted to join. Oh, okay. But I didn't know what topic it was, so I was like, okay, let's see what they want to talk about.
It started. I mean, we covered a lot of things, but really this topic started with the opinion yesterday that came out from the special prosecutor about Joe Biden, where it exonerated Joe Biden. It exonerated Joe Biden of any crime.
Is that what you took out of that?
Is he being charged with the crime?
No, but
Why
President
not?
Trump wasn't. President Trump wasn't charged.
Wait,
Okay, we
don't
won't go
play
back.
whataboutism. Don't put.
Okay.
That's fair. Why wasn't he charged with the crime?
Because they do not have enough evidence.
Exactly. So what we were saying is in this letter where they don't have enough evidence to charge him of a crime, for some reason, this prosecutor brought up a lie that Joe Biden doesn't know when his son died. Why do you think he did that?
Well, we don't know if it's a lie, do we? That sounds like an opinion on your part. How do we know that?
Because I've heard Joe Biden multiple times talk about the death of his son and how his son died.
But you weren't. But none of us were in that interview, and we don't know if when they asked him the question, if he was fumbling around like we see all the time.
There's a transcript.
Okay, so and you've seen that transcript, and it says exactly what you're saying.
Why would that be? Even if, let's just say that in that transcript he didn't get the date right. Why is that important? Why would that even need to be included in this decision? If there's no evidence, no. Why?
Go ahead.
Why does that need to be included?
I mean, that's kind of funny because we don't know all the things that are said.
I'm asking why it needs to be included in his decision to not charge Joe Biden. Again, you agree there's no evidence. Why?
I didn't know. I did not say there was no evidence. You said, how come there's not enough
evidence? Not enough evidence.
Right.
Fine. Why?
Right.
So why does that need to be included?
I don't know. Obviously, they found it relevant. They maybe in their conversations, they found him to be stumbling. Not just opinion. Just like this is my opinion.
Wait, but have you ever seen somebody charge or come out and say, like, we don't have the evidence to charge, but by the way, here's some things that some personal.
Yes, I have.
Okay, what are those? Give me an.
Do you want to know when?
Yes.
Do you want to know when that happened?
Yes.
Okay, well, during the Mueller report, they said there's not enough to charge, but here's a long laundry list of things that we don't like Trump about and we find him to be dangerous, and then everyone used that without ever giving Trump a platform.
Let's lower the volume a little bit.
Yeah, you're gonna have a stroke. Calm down, sir.
Mueller was never. Mueller.
No, I talk like this all the time.
Mueller.
MAGA people are very passionate, so we.
The middle of my sentence is not the opportunity for you to speak. Okay, so let's not speak over each other. The Mueller report. Robert Mueller was charged to investigate what?
Mm-hmm.
What was he charged to investigate?
It sounds like everything. They gave him a wide, but he could check out everything in Trump's life.
Well,
everything. He had wide spectrum. He could go anywhere.
There's something specific he was supposed to investigate, and what he specifically was supposed to investigate is any and all connections between the Trump campaign and Russia. Did he do that?
Mm-hmm.
Did he find any connections between?
He did everything. I told you. He went into every corner, nook and cranny of Trump's life.
He didn't. He did not go into every nook and cranny of Trump's life. In fact, very little of the investigation had any revolved around Trump at all. It mostly was people that worked for Trump that were investigated, and those people. Yeah, really.
The report.
The report doesn't talk very much about Donald Trump.
Listen, I have, and I hear this all the time. But keep going, yes. But go ahead, keep
going.
Because
if you had read the report, you would know that it's not
focused
focused on Trump.
No, well, actually, if you notice with the Mueller report, even when Mueller was explaining it, is he basically went through saying he didn't understand what was in it because he didn't even write it. It was basically what's his name, Weissman, and all the other people who were mainly Democrats. Yes,
he didn't
absolutely.
Say that. No, that is you narrativizing. You think I watched Robert Mueller?
They asked him questions.
Quiet. Hold on. Not in the middle.
So did I.
Not in the middle of my sentence, please. Let me respond, and then you can shout. Okay.
You're doing it to me too.
Cry more. During Mueller being
cry more.
Mueller was in front of Congress, and Mueller asked questions or was answered questions for hours. Now, this is a far-reaching investigation, and you had multiple investigators. It makes sense that Robert Mueller wouldn't have the details on every single thing that every single person did. That's an absurd stance to take.
He didn't know half of the questions that were asked.
Like what? What didn't he know?
Almost everything. If you watched it, you know what I'm saying.
Name one thing he didn't know. Name one.
They asked him about a bunch of groups. I can't listen. Are you kidding me? I don't walk around.
It was half the things, but you can't name one.
Okay, you're exactly right. Mueller knew everything that they asked him. Everything. He was spot on. It was almost like he wrote it.
Calm. See, this is your problem.
I'm calm. I'm completely calm.
You made a claim that he didn't know half the questions. I asked for one example, and your response to that was, "You're right. He knew everything." I didn't claim he knew everything.
No. My response was, "I can't."
Shut up. You made a claim.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Well, you're hysterical.
You're doing it to me too. You're doing the same thing.
Calm down, sweetheart. Shushies.
I'm calm. I'm completely calm.
Shushies. Okay. You made a claim that he couldn't answer half the questions. I asked you for one example, and you lost your goddamn mind. Just if you don't,
I didn't lose my mind. I am totally within my faculties.
Well, if you don't know an example, then say that. But it's hard to take your claim seriously that he didn't know half the questions when you can't think of one.
You're right. Off the top of my head, I can't think of some of the groups that they were asking him about, and I can't remember their name. It was, what was it, 4 years ago? I can't remember the group.
Okay,
Fusion GPS or whatever it was.
What were they talking about then? Just give me the generically. What were they talking about that he couldn't?
They were talking about people that had investigated, as far as where they were saying these were Russian people who connected with the Trump campaign, and then they said, these lawyers. Like Fusion GPS.
Brother, take it down like 8 levels. Stop.
Dude, I am just talking normally. I don't know. Maybe I should lower the volume on my thing.
Yeah, probably, because it's crazy. You're blowing up everybody's ears.
All the way down, and you're still screaming in my ears. Like, we're not being mean. Just turn your.
And that's all I'm doing. This is just the way I talk. I apologize, but this is how I am.
I get it, but
go ahead.
You understand that multiple people within Trump's team pled guilty, right?
Yeah, to what? What did they plead guilty to?
Some of them pled guilty to lying. Some of them.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but what were they lying about?
That's a great question. What were they lying about?
Do you want me to answer? Yeah, their connections.
Sure,
with Russia.
Go ahead.
Their connections with Russia, because what they were doing with Russia wasn't necessarily a crime, but they were lying to protect the appearance that they were working with Russia. And so they lied to the FBI as a way to stagnate the investigation and to stop the investigation. Do you think it's okay when you're being investigated about your connections with Russia to lie about your connections with Russia?
I think that it is known that the federal government has a way.
No, I need you. No, here's the thing.
What's the question? Is it okay? No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Answer the question.
No, wait a minute. Michael Flynn. They said Michael Flynn lied, and a bunch of FBI people said that they were there, and they said they didn't feel he ever lied.
Well, then why do you admit?
So what?
He pled guilty, brother.
Yeah, he pled guilty because they're like, we're going to bankrupt you, or you plead guilty. He had to sell his house.
You just made that up.
No, I didn't. He had to sell his house.
Show me the claim by the FBI that they said they would bankrupt him if he didn't plead guilty.
No, they didn't say that. He was feeling it. He had to sell his house.
He felt it.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. When you deplete your funds, you're not feeling it? When you have to put your house up for mortgage to pay for your lawyers, you don't feel it?
So he was totally innocent, and he decided to plead guilty to save money?
You don't think that happens?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you a question. You don't think that people sometimes plead guilty for something low-key just so they can let it all go away? They're like, okay, fine.
Here's the problem with Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn was working with Russia.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. You're muted. I don't know why you're muted there, pal. You got muted. I don't know if you hit it.
Unmute your... But also just using your inside voice. Some of us are worried about our hearing being damaged.
Okay, the microphone's on? I didn't know I muted it.
One thing you could do is just not scream, though, too. Like when you're talking.
Dude, this is the way I talk. This is the way I talk. You're asking me to do something different.
My friend, I've heard you speak. I've heard you speak quietly on this.
I'm talking right now. Is this acceptable?
Yeah. So keep it at that level.
Okay, I'll try that.
Blowing everybody's ears out. So again, Michael Flynn was working with Russia.
And it was legal for him to, and it wasn't Russia, it was a Russian business, and it was legal. He just didn't file the right paperwork, which is what Hunter Biden didn't do.
Wait, calm down. What was the paperwork he needed to file? He needed to file paperwork.
I can't remember the name of it. It's basically, I'm sure you know it. What's it called?
He needed to register as a foreign agent. Now, why?
Exactly, that's correct.
Why would you choose, why would a military general, somebody who definitely knows the rules, why might they not register as a foreign agent?
I don't know. Why didn't Hunter Biden do that?
Well, we can get to Hunter Biden in a little bit.
No, but it's all the same.
Wait. We'll get to Hunter Biden in just a minute. Don't deflect. Don't be a coward.
I'm not deflecting. I'm saying it happens all the time.
Literally a deflection. Why would it? No, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm saying the people who don't, why do they usually not register as a foreign agent?
I have no idea. It doesn't make sense.
Because they're spies. Because they're spies.
Come on.
That's what
so Hunter Biden is a spy.
Wait. Maybe they don't want people to know that they're working with that entity?
Maybe, or maybe it's just an oversight.
An oversight. So you think that a general in the military, somebody who has registered as a foreign agent before, it was just an oversight. He forgot that he needed to register as a foreign agent?
I mean, we don't know. There's so many people who do it. There are so many people that do this. And you know what normally happens is if you're on one side of the aisle, you don't get prosecuted. They don't say anything. But if you're on the other side, they make it like as if you're a spy. That's the difference.
Hey, like who? Who didn't get prosecuted on the other side?
All right. Well, Hunter, first of all,
he's being prosecuted.
He's not being prosecuted, and nothing's going to happen.
First of all, stop yelling.
I'm not yelling. Oh my God.
Explain what prosecution is then if he's not being prosecuted. Tell me what a prosecution is.
Well, I mean, when they go and say that they're prosecuting and then they try and slip in a deal.
The question I asked you was, what is a prosecution? Explain to me what a prosecution is.
Well, I would assume after they investigate, right, and they find enough evidence on you, then they would prosecute what they feel that you've done criminally.
So they do an investigation, then they list the crimes that you're accused of. And then they take you to court, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what crimes was Hunter Biden accused of?
I mean, there's a lot of different crimes that he.
No, there's not. There's not.
There's not?
No,
really?
There's not. No, have you checked it? Yeah, look at the crimes that he's been charged with. What were they?
I mean, I know as far as from his computer aspect, they're saying that he potentially sold government. Sold government access.
He hasn't been charged for anything regarding his.
All right, so he had the gun charge. He had the gun charge,
and lying
about it,
and not paying his taxes.
He had the taxes.
That's it.
Millions of dollars worth of taxes.
That's the whole thing.
No, there's other things, but that's the only thing that they're bringing forward.
Correct. Now, what was Michael Flynn charged with?
He was charged with not registering. And also they felt that he lied, and they felt that he lied to the FBI, which is questionable.
He admitted he lied.
No, he was basically pressured into taking that claim.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're pressured. There's no evidence. Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, do you not? Yeah.
How can you say it doesn't matter if you're pressured? I can name a ton of cases. I can name tons of cases where people were pressured and then they back it.
Sweetheart, let's calm down.
Sweetheart, nothing. You keep interrupting me, but you yell when I interrupt you.
Shushies.
Jay, turn your mic up a little. Turn your mic up because
I'll just have to get closer.
It's drowning you out.
All right, listen. He pled guilty. Are you, as an investigator, are you allowed to pressure somebody to plead guilty?
No, but you can extend it. I don't know. Is it?
No.
Okay. And your point is what?
Yeah. So what you do when you convince somebody to plead guilty, what happens is you get enough evidence that they recognize that they are going to lose in court, and you offer them, hey, if you plead guilty, we'll give you a lesser sentence.
Is that what they do?
Yeah.
So what if they also use the technique of extending your trial so far out that they're going to exhaust every dollar you have?
Did they do that?
Did they do it to Flynn?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure. He had to mortgage his house.
Wait, then why are you bringing?
He had to mortgage his house, so maybe.
Why are you bringing it up then? If you don't know,
what?
Because
you're trying to make a statement that this is the only thing that happens and that's it. And I'm telling you that is not true. There's a lot of different things they do.
I'm telling you what we have evidence of, and you're going into
evidence. It's funny how you guys are big on evidence at certain times.
That was the middle of my sentence once again. And you,
I apologize. I don't know where your sentences begin or end.
Yeah, when somebody stops talking, that's where it ends. I don't know if
so you stopped. Oh, no, you didn't stop.
That was the middle again. Yeah,
I thought you stopped. I saw a breath.
All right, I'm going to give you a tip. When somebody stops talking, count to 3 and then talk. Because sometimes people take pauses. I don't know if you've communicated.
Well, it's funny because you don't do the same with me.
There it is again.
You don't do the same with me.
All right, there it is again. So if you just want to wait for a couple seconds.
Okay, I'm waiting.
All right, so Michael Flynn and many others pled guilty. Donald Trump, this is where this started. You think that the Mueller investigation was an investigation into Donald Trump. It wasn't. It was an investigation into any and all connections between the Trump campaign and Russia. And there were 35 indictments. There were multiple guilty pleas. And you, because you have been conditioned by Donald Trump that he's
Durham report,
that he's the victim. The Durham report. How many of those convictions were overturned in the Durham report?
Durham report. The Durham report said this.
How many of those convictions were overturned in the Durham report?
Was that the job of the Durham report? Was that the job?
The job of the Durham report. Yeah, the job of the Durham.
Was it to overturn? It was to overturn the Mueller report convictions.
If you found false convictions, then
it wasn't.
Again, that was the middle of my sentence. You goddamn lunatic! Stop screaming. Get it together. You're a grown man. Let's.
You're lying. I'm just trying to correct you.
Calm down, okay, sweetheart. Let's calm down.
Okay, sweetheart.
If the Durham report found that those convictions were wrongful, we would have had people overturning those convictions based on the Durham report. Based on the Durham report, what has changed? You're muted, by the way. You're muted there. You're gonna have to unmute. Richard, you're gonna have to unmute. I know this is tricky.
Okay. I don't know how this is going to mute. So what did the Durham report really do?
Wait, no, I asked you a question.
All right, what was the question?
Yeah, so based on the Durham report, what changed? Mm-hmm. What outcomes changed?
Okay. The Durham report basically said that the way the FBI went about this never should have happened. The entire investigation should have never happened by normal standards and normal procedures.
Wait, are you
That's what it said.
Well,
yeah.
Then how come they didn't recommend any changes?
That wasn't their job. They were to investigate the Mueller report.
In fact, no, they actually said we don't recommend changes.
No. They said that basically. No. Oh, really? Are you kidding me? Yeah. How come it's okay for you to cut me off and I didn't pause? There was no pause in what I said. But you jump in and you cut off what I say, but you tell me I need to count to 3 when you stop.
Because you goddamn lunatic, this is my platform. That's why.
Yeah, but you should be consistent.
And you can control the body.
You should be consistent.
Calm down, sweetie.
Consistency is a good thing.
Shushies, okay? I'm asking you clarifying questions. Look at how quickly he's opening that door. You are fired up.
I'm not opening the door. Okay.
What did the Durham report's conclusion say?
The Durham report conclusion said that they were not going to prosecute, but they also said that this investigation should have never happened.
Incorrect.
It was a gross misjustice.
That's incorrect.
It's true.
What the Durham report said is that the FBI should not have launched the investigation. That's it.
That's what I just said.
And then wait. Well, but that's not the Mueller investigation. That's not the Mueller investigation.
That's the Durham report, not the Mueller investigation.
I understand. So, based on what Durham said, he's like, I don't believe it should have been opened. But if he doesn't believe it should be open, when asked what changes needed to be made to avoid this in the future, he didn't recommend any. So what is he really saying? So wait, so then what's the basis for him to say?
Do you want me to answer that? Do you want me to answer what he's saying?
I'm asking the question. That's the middle of my sentence, asking the question. What is his basis for saying that this investigation shouldn't have happened?
Do you want me to answer?
Dude,
or are you in the middle of your sentence? I don't know if you're still speaking or not.
You are hysterical. I asked you a question. Just answer it. Stop getting in your feelings so much. You're a grown adult. Stop acting
I am
like
a grown
toddler.
adult. Okay.
Well, you're acting like a toddler.
Really? That's interesting.
So can I answer now? Can I answer
First of all, I didn't say unfair. I know that these platforms are unfair because, like you said, it's your platform.
Do you need me to ask the question again, or do you remember what the question
No,
was?
I know what it is.
Okay, go ahead.
When it came down to the Durham report, he pointed out the obvious, that the entire thing should have never taken place. He said
the entire thing should never have taken place?
He said it shouldn't have taken place. He goes, under standard practices, they would have never done this.
And he based that on what?
He based it on his investigation.
What? No. When he said that this shouldn't have happened, what was his?
He said it should not have been happened because when he
remember.
Okay. Oh my God! I thought it was a question again. I thought you were asking me a question.
Yeah, that was the middle of the question. When he said that, he said that this investigation shouldn't have happened, he would give reasoning for why it shouldn't happen, right?
Yep.
What was that reasoning?
Because he said the Steele dossier, from the beginning, everyone knew that there was no way to corroborate it. Even Steele himself, in front of a UK court, said that everything in that thing could not be corroborated.
Correct. And when the FISA courts testified on whether or not the Steele dossier was needed to get to open this investigation, what did they say?
I don't know. All I do know is this.
They said,
all I know is the FISA. A lawyer. No, I was still talking. I was still talking. I was still talking.
Yeah. So I'm going to mute you because you said you don't know. And instead of letting you answer a question or talk about something else, I'm going to give you the answer, and then you can scream hysterically when you're done being muted. When they asked if they needed the Steele dossier to get this warrant, they said no. So if you're saying that this entire investigation shouldn't have happened because of the Steele dossier, well, the FISA courts agree with you. And if it was just based on the Steele dossier, then you're right. This investigation shouldn't have happened. But they're not saying that it was based on that. So you need different evidence in order to say that this investigation shouldn't be opened. So what is the other information or the other evidence you would like to use instead? You're muted, but you can unmute now. I know it's tricky. I know. I might have to send him the invitation to unmute. Come on, Richard. You can do this. You can do it. I know it. You got this in you.
The mic button's on the bottom of your phone in the middle.
He's probably just doing some breathing exercises, I would imagine.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Did you hear my question, or do I need to re-ask it? Oh, now we're paused there. How's everybody doing? He's doing some yoga. Richard. Oh, he's gone. Happens every time.
I can't hear anymore, so I'm not going to be able to know what you're saying, so I'm just going to be talking to myself.
There's very few things are more frustrating to a MAGA than asking them questions about their claims. That makes them very upset.
Guys, tap the screen. Let's keep tapping. We have 30 minutes left. We're all here for the finger workout. The
I don't know if
politics is just secondary.
I didn't know you could audibly hear how aggressively somebody opened a car door in that way. Like that was so aggressive, opening and closing that door. Richard's heart pressure or blood pressure is probably not in a good place. Richard, I do some breathing exercises, do some yoga, stop listening to morons, and maybe just listen to people more than talk. I would recommend.
Yeah, I don't even.
Let me grab it.
Like when I know you like to talk about the bowler. Like if it's like when people start when someone starts with that, or once the name John Durham was brought in, I'm like, oh God. Like after, like, I think it was in 2023, like May or June 2023, you know, when they had that, they had the GOP had a sham hearing where they brought Durham in. That was what I decided. I was done with John Durham after
he didn't say anything.
The House Democrats ripped him to shreds in that meeting. Like everything they ever wanted to ask John Durham, you know, he met the Democratic oversight and accountability lawyers.
Yeah.
And after that, I was just like, okay, he's a quack, because he had no answers for anything they asked him.
And that's all that's the thing. Like, before the Durham report came out, everybody's like, wait for the Durham report, wait for the Durham report. It's going to prove everything. Yeah. When you're like, what evidence do you have? They're like, we don't have it yet, but the Durham report is coming.
2 weeks.
They conditioned Republicans to believe that the Durham report would do something. But like, what's the results of the Durham report? Was Robert Mueller found to have done anything wrong? No. Did anybody in the
PAB's here. PAB, you could come up.
Like, what was the wrongdoing found in the Durham investigation? That the Steele dossier was not sufficient to get a FISA warrant. Yet we fucking knew that already. If you watched Mueller getting grilled by Congress, they asked that question, and the FISA courts basically said, like, yeah, the Steele dossier was not something that was required for us to give that warrant. We didn't need it. There was plenty of information to give a FISA warrant without the Steele dossier.
Yeah, that's facts. Yeah. So,
and again, the Steele dossier, what that's evidence of, just so people know, the Steele dossier isn't evidence of things that Trump did. The Steele dossier is evidence of what Russia would try to use to hold over Trump's head. That's all the Steele dossier was. And when you're investigating Donald Trump and his team for potentially working with Russia, it is useful to know what Russia thinks they have on him, what dirt they claim they will use against him. Like, this is all Russian propaganda. This is their claim of compromise. That's where this Steele dossier information came from Russian agents claiming they had compromise on Donald Trump. So that it is useful for this investigation, but not necessary.
Yeah, and I can't believe how few people know. I guess why would they know? Like what Oppo research is, that's very common, that paying a security firm, not just for your opponents to understand like what's out there in the ether, what could be used against them, but also on yourself. Like it's all the same thing. Like that is, candidates do that they have dossiers drawn up on themselves because you need to know, if I run for election or whatever, what could come out about me? It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's just what can be used to smear me.
Yeah. But Melissa sent a donation for a hearing aid for you. So
thank you. I'm going to need it. I literally, if I'm screaming, it's because I can't hear myself speak any longer. So I might have to wear earbuds and. What?
Stacy sent a donation for Ativan for Richard / angry. Wait, it gets better. Richard. / angry Ray Romano.
You missed it in the comments. You didn't see it in the comments. That's all we've been saying. We're like, Ray Romano's having a bad day. Like that's what we've been doing the entire time. Is talking about Ray Romano. Like that was Ray Romano. Ray Romano had an emotional meltdown on her live, and it was great.
I am Grammar Hole said, I'm impressed you stayed so calm while Richard was stroking out. Thank you. I find there's something comforting. I think it's just based on my childhood. There's something comforting about a middle-aged MAGA male screaming into the void. It's just like reminds me of my childhood.
Yeah. Amen. That's so true. I'm so desensitized to yelling. I'm like, this is just normal communication in my family. That's the normal tone of people.
Yeah, look, I believed him. I believed him when he said that's how he talked. I thought people should protect their ears.
My mother, if my mom wasn't married to my father, I'd set them up because they could scream at each other loudly for the rest of their lives.
There is somebody named Dumper Thumper in the request. That's wild. I don't know what that means. And this is, I don't know who this is. It's rolling. Scott, welcome.
Who?
Hey, brother. How are you?
Yes.
All right.
Good.
Terrific.
Yeah, the word exonerated. The word exonerated is a legal definition, right?
Yeah.
And the legal definition is that being convicted of a crime, right? That a judge can exonerate someone, not an investigation.
Yeah.
No.
That
Yes.
Wait, are you saying that a judge is the one that can convict them of crime? It's
No,
just
I'm talking about the word exonerate.
No, it's just absolving somebody of blame, or it's like a vindication.
Well, no, the word exonerate is a legal definition that only a judge can hand down.
It's also a real word that can be used outside of a legal definition.
There are two definitions. Like, what are you saying?
Like, you can say exonerate, and it doesn't have to come from a judge.
It doesn't just have to be used at a court of law if that's the direction you're going with this.
Well, in the context of Joe Biden being charged with a crime, yes. If you're saying that he was exonerated, he was never exonerated. Sure.
I'm not saying that legally he was I'm not saying that by legal definitions he was exonerated. I'm saying that the report came out here absolves him from being charged with a crime, like absolves him of any prosecution.
No, that's not how the law works. The law.
Again, real quick, Scott. I need you to be very aware that I am not using the legal definition. I'm using the word exonerate in outside of a legal definition. The word exonerate, it does not only exist as a legal term.
Can you read the definition? I'm sorry.
I'll read it right now.
The action of officially absolving someone from blame.
Or here's the Oxford: absolve from blame or for a fault or wrongdoing, especially after due consideration of the case. Release someone from duty or obligation. Like the thing is he was never charged, so it wasn't like he was he was charged with a crime and then exonerated. We're not saying that. He was never charged with a crime. He was being investigated, and they said, we don't have even the evidence to charge him. Oh, he's gone.
What is going on with that today? Why do all these MAGA folks go on hold and then disappear? What's going on?
It's the strangest thing.
Are you guys all getting phone calls from the same person every time you go on a live? Are your parents telling you not to go on lives, and then you keep showing up on lives and they're calling you and telling you no more lives? I think that's what's happening.
I think it's funny that we just need to recognize for a second that, like, this is how desperate MAGA is for arguments. He came up here to tell us we're not allowed to say the word exonerate. Well, the Oxford Dictionary says I'm allowed to say it, sir. So I'm going to just go ahead and say it.
And I'd like to be honest and just be transparent. That's 100% why I chose the word exonerate. I was expecting and excited to get these types of responses. Like, of course, this is what was going to happen. And the only reason they're saying this is because people came out and they said, like, Durham exonerated Trump, and we rightfully pointed out that Durham did not exonerate Trump of anything. In fact, he didn't even talk about Trump's, like, anything that Trump was accused of. He didn't exonerate Flynn. He didn't exonerate anybody. So they're like, oh, well, now I'm going to flip this around. But this is a totally different scenario. Joe Biden is exonerated, unless you want to investigate him again, and then I guess we can talk.
Narcissist is another word they don't know. Thank you, Eric. That is very true. That's truer words were never spoken.
They know the words. Not how
accountability. Accountability is another one that they're really struggling with.
I'm starting to think that HVAC made like a definition sheet and sent it around. And all these people are reading off HVAC's definition sheet because they all regularly use words they don't understand.
These days, it's like you start gaslighting yourself and thinking, like, was Jeff that bad? Because some of these they're not sending their best, you know what I mean? Now we're like even past that. Yeah. And it's like, where are we? We're in a slow motion nightmare now. I don't even know what's happening anymore up here. Okay, wait, I want to play
For those in the box, if you're opposition, just make sure you're responding to Jen. Jen controls the box. So if you're opposition, you want to come up, make sure you're responding to Jen. Stupid.
I'm sorry. I don't know even. That doesn't even really make sense, but I just really feel like I need to say that when someone says box. Can we talk about Elise Stefanik being delusional for a second?
I think we can. Yeah.
Okay, because I just need to. So I just need to jog everyone's memory. We talked about this, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. Like one day in politics on TikTok feels like 10 years of time. So I don't know. But remember Elise Stefanik, we talked about on the show how Liz Cheney was trolling Elise Stefanik and she was like, hey, remember this crackpot, I believe she called her? This crackpot had a rare moment of honesty and she posted her, or at first she posted a link to her January 6th statement after the J6 insurrection. Yeah. And it was her condemning it. And then what happened was Elise Stefanik deleted it and replaced it with like a delusional statement that makes no sense. Let me just read her original statement because, I keep receipts. So just to remember who Elise Stefanik used to be before she lost her mind. And she had this statement scrubbed from the internet. This is hard to find. This is truly a tragic day for America. I fully condemn the dangerous violence and destruction that occurred today at the United States Capitol. Americans have a constitutional right to protest and freedom of speech, but violence in any form is absolutely unacceptable and anti-American. The perpetrators of this un-American violence, did you hear that, J6 hostages? Un-American violence, your VP candidate says. That's interesting. And destruction must be prosecuted. What's that? She wanted the J6 hostages that she's now defending. Every day she was calling for them to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. My staff and I are safe. We pray that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, their staff, and all Americans across the country remain safe. Thank you to the United States Capitol Police. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. All law enforcement, the National Guard, and the bipartisan professional staff of the United States Capitol for protecting the people's house and the American people. Okay. So that's back when Elise was sane. Sensible. So just so you know, she's gonna be your VP, and she's a blatant liar. Like either she's lying now or she was lying then. Oh, but you guys love liars. You guys, I'm sorry, that's not a barrier to entry for MAGA. Like it's actually a badge of honor. Oh, they're a pathological liar. Bring them in. Let's elect them to let's elect them to office.
You have her response to that, right? Or did I read that on Twitter?
Or you mean on Caitlin Collins? She was on Caitlin Collins' show.
Yeah, do you have that response?
Yeah, well, when she just gaslit Caitlin Collins, basically, and pretended she didn't know what she's talking about. And she's like, you can read all my statements. And she's like, you deleted it. And I also have the screenshot of, because if you click on that link, which Liz Cheney posted the link, it's just a dead link now to nothing, which is hilarious.
Oh, weird. It's coincidence.
It's the strangest thing. She's like, every statement I've ever made is on.
That was a good Elise Stefanik impression.
You deleted a statement that was on your website recently calling January 6th
publicly
a tragic
available
day.
on
Why
all of my
was it deleted, though?
I have all my public statements from the current Congress. You can access all of my
No, you
previous
don't.
public statements.
But why was it deleted from your website?
I only have the press releases from this current Congress. All of those statements are available since I was elected on multiple social media accounts, and you can access it there.
So it wasn't a retraction of what you said?
No, certainly not. I have press releases for this current Congress, and the reality is you as a journalist can go through all of my official social media accounts and find all of my previous statements.
Well, don't worry, Elise, since you're lying, since you're going to blatantly lie and deflect, because what she's saying, the deflection she's using is she's saying, I have all my statements from the current Congress because this was the 117th Congress.
Yeah, she knew that question was coming and she immediately was upset about it. That was my favorite part, is that she didn't want to explain the dichotomy between those two statements.
I love Caitlin Collins.
Dumper Thumper, beautiful name, by the way. I love that.
Thank you.
What's up?
So, who exonerated Biden?
I did.
No, I mean, seriously, who did?
Me. I wrote this. That was me. I wrote Joe Biden exonerated. That was me.
Well, you're not a legal authority. You just
again, if you heard the last guy, I wasn't using the legal definition of it.
Okay, so who exonerated him?
Me. Yeah.
Is he ever going to go to trial?
What's that?
Is he ever going to go to trial like Trump?
Doesn't look like it.
See, even your comment section knows by my voice who I am.
Cool.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Hey, you're back. Oh, I didn't know it was you. Let's bring out the flag. Let's bring out the flag.
Who was appointed by Merrick Garland, who investigated Trump.
Sorry,
Both of
Mr. Who? Sorry, I didn't hear the name. Mr. Who?
Her. He's the special counsel.
Oh, Mr. Her. Yeah.
The one who wrote the initial report.
Yeah, he was appointed by who?
Merrick Garland.
Oh.
No, he replaced Merrick Garland. Sorry. Merrick Garland was put in by Biden.
Well, Merrick Garland appointed him as special counsel, but who appointed him to? Or what do you mean?
Who appointed Merrick Garland?
Donald Trump.
Really?
No, Biden.
Yeah.
No, Merrick Garland was Biden.
I thought Merrick Garland did Biden.
Are you not seeing a pattern?
It was Biden. No, we're not seeing a pattern. What is the pattern?
Oh, okay. Rules for the.
Merrick Garland appointed her.
What rules?
Well, I don't know. We got this little oversight of completely exonerating one sitting president, and blaming his political opposition.
Yeah. Do you understand? What's the difference between what the two people did? Like, what's Trump being charged with?
Oh, there's one. There's an easy.
But what's he being charged with?
One has stellar approval ratings, and one is doing.
What's he being charged with? Was my question.
What is who being charged with?
Trump.
Biden, nothing.
Trump.
He's been indicted.
Yeah.
For what?
No. What are the charges? He's asking.
The same thing.
No. The same thing is nothing. The same thing is no. What are the charges?
Classified document tasking.
That's
no.
Classified document.
Fried eggs.
Hold on.
God, fried eggs.
What is
he was charged with classified document. What? Wait, hold on, real quick. He was charged with classified document. What?
He hasn't been.
No, Trump. What was Trump charged for? What were the
What's
charges?
He been charged with?
I'm asking you because you seem to
think
there's a
you came up here to debate.
That's
not a crime.
Are you saying document?
What does it matter?
It matters because just like you came up here in legal definition.
Leave it up to a liberal to go for a freaking verbiage,
calm down,
and they can't back their argument.
Shushies. Okay.
Yeah, I know, pussy. You can't do anything. That's why you
low information. This is always what happens when he comes up here. Remember when he came up to talk about South America and knew nothing about South America, and now we're here. He doesn't even know what crimes Trump's charged with, but he's up here to defend Trump.
Here comes the homophobia.
No, it's not homophobia. You do something for a check. You gargle their balls.
Okay.
You do.
So
I do.
You're both little paid puppets.
Okay. Who's paying us?
I don't know. I saw.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to anything, but I do have very strong emotions.
Information. I'm
saying a lot of
confused about most things in life.
But I don't know facts. One more time.
Hey, comment section.
What was the thing that Donald Trump is charged for with the documents? What was that?
I don't know.
Document? Illegal document tasking? Is that what it was? Did you say?
Okay,
tasking?
so correct me. What was he charged for?
Why do you think you don't
you
know
came
this
up here.
answer?
Know a fact. Google. Use your fingers.
Okay, so I used the wrong word. I'll admit it. Okay, what's he charged with?
What's he being charged with?
What's he being charged with?
I'm asking you.
What's he being? I'm asking you. You know it all, apparently.
I of course I do.
Okay, so tell me. Educate me.
The thing I'm trying to point out here is that you have come up with a claim that something is unfair, but you don't know any of the details. So I'm curious how you came to this conclusion that it was unfair.
I've read the Department of Justice documents, buddy. I know how.
Then why don't you know what he was charged with?
Charges, because they're on there. I have them right here.
I'm going to let him
here
hang
they
himself.
are.
I'm going to let him walk himself like a dog with a leash that I hold.
Who are you talking about?
Go ahead. What's he charged with?
Talking to himself.
What's he charged with?
Well, I know what he's charged. I'm asking.
Okay, so tell me.
No, sweetheart. This isn't how this works. When you come up and
because you're going to expose the comparison publicly.
Yeah, obstruction of justice.
The hypocrisy.
Obstruction. What did Joe Biden do to
that it's not? We're actually going to explain to you why it's not a comparison.
What did Joe Biden do to
be sad for you.
obstruct this investigation?
He took documents, didn't tell anybody had them.
He doesn't know what obstruct means.
I know what obstruct means. It means stand in the way of a legal process. It's not fucking rocket science.
What did he do to stand in the way of this legal process?
Well, nothing. He was in accordance.
Oh, nothing. What did Donald Trump do to stand in the way of a legal process?
Yeah, I got a question.
No, what did Donald Trump do to stand? I'm giving you the opportunity to dog walk me by answering questions. What did Donald Trump do to stand in the way of the investigation into him?
Well, Donald Trump didn't do anything to stand in the way. He was in complete contact with the actual, archive department.
But being in contact's not enough, right? If they make a request,
he was in correspondence with the NRA.
Who owns the documents? The NRA, the National Rifle Association.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't say NRA, you dumb fuck. I said NARA.
Who owns the documents that Donald Trump had?
Well, he owned them at the time.
No.
We
own them.
Classified.
You and I and Felice, we own them. And Nara is the person
that's interesting. If we own them, why haven't we seen them?
Well, not because we don't always get to see
them.
We
own
them.
Something,
and
but
Nara, listen,
it.
if you had read the Presidential Records Act, then you would know this. Nara is the go-between. The documents are owned by the American people. And Nara, when they request those documents, you're required to give those documents back to Nara. Now, did Nara request documents from Joe Biden?
No, they didn't.
Did they request documents from
Which means Trump? They didn't even know you had them.
Did they request documents from Donald Trump?
Yes, they did.
Did Donald Trump hide any of those documents?
No, he didn't.
Well, unfortunately,
he openly admitted through a contact with Kasparian Patel, his lawyer, that he had them.
Unfortunately,
it's an NRA documentation.
Unfortunately, in the
you can't handle the truth.
Unfortunately,
you're wrong.
In the indictment, you have Waltine Nauta and many others openly discussing how they were hiding the documents.
How are they hiding the documents?
But of course you read that. No, you read it because you already know.
Is it next to a fucking Corvette in the garage, you dumbass?
You already know about Waltine Nauta.
Is it in an upstairs den where he's letting his son rent out?
Right? Did you know that already?
I already knew it. I've read every.
You did. Yeah, you're just pretending you didn't know. Got it.
You have never read in your life. You come up here every time with no actual fact or idea what you're talking about. It's sad for you. I know you love.
Okay, so
you want to talk.
It's the humiliation kink. You have a humiliation kink.
You want to talk about. You want to talk about just opening.
When did
your
Trump
mouth
respond?
And taking everything that one person says and regurgitating it. It's you. It's
the government.
You
I'm
sound like
regurgitating
a Trump campaign speech. You don't know any of the facts. I'm referencing cases. I'm referencing facts, and you are referencing Donald Trump campaign speeches. And you have the audacity to say that Felice and I are just paid to repeat talking points. I'm asking you about the actual case, and I know you're getting very.
I'm telling you about the case.
I know. Okay, tell me more about it.
Okay.
So why did Donald Trump not give the documents back the first, second, and third time they asked for them?
What was Cash App's Patel?
Why did Donald Trump not give the documents the first, second, and third time they asked?
Well, because Cash App Patel and his highest level of security clearance when he was appointed under Trump had a very high, he could review it and determine whether it was classified or not. Yeah. Have you seen Cash App Patel's background?
During this time when Nara was asking for those documents, what was Cash Patel's role in the government?
What was his role in the government?
Yeah, during this time when Nara was asking for these documents.
It wasn't anything.
Oh, he was just a citizen?
No, he's a private attorney.
Yeah, a citizen? He's just a citizen?
But a private attorney with background experience.
Does that give him any rights over these documents?
Well, wait, I thought those documents
belonged to us. Does that give him any rights over these documents?
I thought they belonged to us.
They do. That's why Nara was asking for them back, and Donald Trump.
Oh, but they belong to us.
So it's a crime. Yes, Nara keeps the documents for us, you idiot.
Can I read something really quick? This is just from the. Let me just help you since you don't know how to read. From on page 21 of the actual indictment. Here's just one example. On May 23rd, 2022, Trump met with Trump Attorney 1 and Trump Attorney 2 at the Mar-a-Lago Club to discuss the response to the May 11th subpoena. Trump Attorney 1 and Trump Attorney 2 told Trump that they needed to search for documents that would be responsive to the subpoena and provide a certification that there had been compliance with the subpoena. Trump, in sum and substance, made the following statements. Among others, A, I don't want anybody looking. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes. I really don't. I don't want you looking through my boxes. B, well, what happens if we just don't respond at all or don't play ball with them? C, wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here? D, well, look, isn't it better if there just are no documents here?
Is this like a choose your own adventure?
That's obstruction. That's obstruction. And that's one small paragraph in a 45-page indictment of instruction. Listen, fried eggs, you have no idea what's in this indictment. Again, you're here to be dog walked.
You're a fucking
embarrassing.
Yeah. So what the problem that you have here is that you think it's a choose. Ironically, because there were so many options, you thought this was a choose your own adventure. But unironically, those are all different excuses Donald Trump made because he's not consistent. He'll just lie. And it's confusing to you because you're like, oh, these are all different. Yeah.
Do you have the audio to back that?
That's the fucking, yeah, they have text messages. They have the proof in the indictment that we all know you read.
People
every piece,
cell phone?
Read the indictment.
I've read the indictment, dumbass. It's stupid as fuck.
Every single piece of information.
Up here, stupid. We agree that somebody up here out of the three of us is stupid. We will let the people listening to this decide who that individual is.
Go ahead.
Every piece of
idiots
evidence
running a big group. It's nothing surprising.
Shut up. Nobody cares.
So you fucking idiots marched and said Black Lives Matter.
I'll just mute you. Shut up. Every piece of evidence that's in that indictment is brought to you by a person working for Trump. The problem is Trump is a moron. He surrounds himself with morons, and the people who believe him are also morons.
He's not killing Palestinians.
The people who believe him are also morons. And so that's why when I bring up this case, morons will say something stupid like, "At least he's not killing Palestinians," because I got to switch the subject. See, you don't know anything. Yes, it is stupid for you to bring that up in the middle of this conversation. It's remarkably stupid. But you're remarkably stupid, so that's not terribly surprising.
I'm glad I screen grab that one. That's going to come in handy.
Yeah, with your
because you can't screen grab sound, you weirdo.
Either way, I still got what I got.
Either way. Yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to use your giant platform to have me say that it was stupid that in the middle of a conversation we were having about Trump not returning classified documents that you brought up Palestine and you think you're going to own me on that one? That's what you think? You're so
remember when you guys
Remember when you guys. No, I need you to answer the questions about we're going to stick to the Trump indictment. We're going to stick to the Trump indictment. So now we've given you now 4 instances.
Actually,
we're now giving you 4 instances of him obstructing justice, which is a crime. And now I want to, I know we're getting there. And now I need you to show me one time Joe Biden obstructed this investigation into him.
Well, I don't know because the whole investigation was handled by somebody
who started the investigation.
FBI, which went after Trump.
Who started the investigation?
Appointed by Merrick Garland, who went after Trump.
Who started the investigation?
Who started the investigation on Biden?
How did Nara wind up at Joe Biden's house? What was the process of events that led them there?
I don't know. Tell me.
Joe Biden called them and said, "Hey, I have documents here, and I want to make sure that I have." I don't have any documents I'm not allowed to have. Here's where they are. You're welcome to my house. You're welcome to bring your attorneys, go through them and take anything that's not allowed to be there.
Wait a minute. The guy who last night confused, the leader of Egypt with the leader of Mexico, that guy?
That guy. Yeah, the same fucking guy made that phone call. What a stupid argument that was.
I know. You're
stupid
fucking
argument that was. No,
nobody
disputes this point of the argument. Nobody.
There's
not a single person who disputes that Joe Biden started this investigation.
The comparative analysis, you have
comparative analysis. What's comparative analysis?
And you go for a fucking
define comparative analysis.
Define. Why would I define it? I mean, you guys can't even define a woman. You can't even define a woman.
You can't define a woman. There it is. There's the talking point.
There it is. He's a bigot now. No, there it is.
How's that a bigot?
Low information.
I can identify mental illness when I see it.
Fried eggs. Now, when he is cornered, he starts spewing hate.
That's not spewing hate. Saying
you're like a random dumb generator. Just like something
supporting Palestinian genocide.
I need to say something dumb now. I need to say something dumb. Look, I've criticized Joe Biden for his actions regarding Israel and Palestine. I don't side with Joe Biden there. I'm capable of criticizing people and also recognizing like where they do good and where they do bad. You're not. You have your head shoved so far up Trump's asshole that you can't find facts. Like you don't even know what words mean, brother.
I'm not the one with the paid liberal content.
What point is that? What are you talking about? That's not what we're talking about. Listen, I do want to listen, and if you understood, and for Fridays, for how much time you spend listening to us, which thank you, you are our #1 fan. I must say, no.
Actually, I don't listen to your shit.
And sees us more than you
just come
do.
across
But
my
if
FYP
you and for the time you spend in here, you should know that we are morally and ethically opposed to what is going on in Palestine. It is vile, and. So for you to try to use that against us when all we do is talk about how morally opposed we are to it, you're delusional. You don't know anything about us.
Your actions would prove it with your vote.
What's great about this whole thing is that, I know. You can make all the accusations that you want, but the truth is, there are people who listen to what we say. There are people, we're crowdfunded completely. Every dollar that we make is the people that listen to us. Nobody cares about you. Like, your voice means nothing. In fact, I just want to be totally clear here. Your existence on this app is to make liberals like us more money. You show up, sound like a fucking moron. You show up, sound like a fucking moron, and we make more money.
You don't have the mute button.
That's what happens. That's what happens. Like, when you show up, our audience grows because everybody likes to see a moron get dunked on. That's your sole purpose here. Your purpose is to show up and get dunked on. And I know that that's your sole purpose, because if you went live by yourself, nobody would care. And it's not because we're left-leaning and you're right-leaning. I want to be clear about that. It's not about that there's no audience for the right and there's just a big audience for the left. It's because you're not bright. And you can't make a cogent point. You just move from point to point, and then when you get cornered, you start going with ad homs. You just call names. You get homophobic. You change the subject. You're remarkably uninformed on virtually everything that you bring up, and you're going to pivot again from this. But like, I thank you for being a fan. I thank you for the attention that you give us. I thank you for bringing in an audience that loves seeing a potato get mashed. I love it. Thank you.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Let me ask.
Yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
Don't blame us.
Yeah, I know your mod is. So in front of everybody, in front of your live.
Yeah.
Knowing with what's going on in Palestine.
Yeah.
Do you support Joe Biden?
Not for his actions in Palestine, but I will be voting for Joe Biden because I would prefer that over fascism.
Good job, you piece of fucking shit. I hope the Palestinian refugees move next door.
You think Donald Trump is like pro-Palestine? You think Donald Trump is pro-Palestine?
I'm not saying he's pro-Palestine. He ain't creating war, though, dumb motherfucker. You are. And your vote is.
Let me speak to this, because this is important to me. To talk about the American government, right? We are warmongers. We're the #1 arms dealers in the world. We arm both sides.
About it, but then vote for
We're
it.
responsible for unspeakable. I'm largely supporting your point. We are responsible, this country, for unspeakable atrocities. But get this, not just in Palestine, all around the world. America has committed genocides, and it's not unique to Democratic presidents or Republican presidents, right? This is a problem of capitalism. That's what we have here. So if you want to do a critique of capitalism and how it causes violence around the world, then that's a valid critique. But trying to have some gotcha moment about one thing you don't give a shit about doesn't work here.
Okay. So in regard to you, in response to capitalism, okay, corporations and all that, you guys say being bad, and you're going to vote for Biden. You damn what's going on in Palestine. You support Israel.
No,
incoherent. That was an incoherent thing you just said.
Or not either way.
That doesn't make any sense.
Are you mad about the fact that Biden's CHIPS Act is investing $25 billion in Israel for an Intel Pentium processor microchip plant?
Yeah, we've talked about that on this stream before.
So we hate capitalism.
Do you have more questions?
Genocide. We support.
No, I don't. Wait, I don't hate capitalism.
But every fucking thing we do.
I don't hate
supports
capitalism.
all of it.
We think it needs to be heavily regulated, which by definition is socialism. But you don't understand the difference and how political ideologies can meld. Like, this is a conversation above your pay grade.
It's a conversation above my pay grade. I'm not the one voting for genocide.
Well,
by the way,
we're not voting for genocide, but
look, the pussies are already reporting.
Are you not?
You prove that this is above your pay grade.
Are you not going to vote for Trump? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't vote for Trump the first two times.
That's not the question I asked.
Am I now?
Yeah.
With watching how bad he's got you guys fucked over in the head? Hell yeah. Over and over.
Yes, and you think that, by the way, he's come out in support of Israel. So I guess you support genocide?
Did he say he supports the war? Or did he say he supports Israel?
Israel.
Oh, Israel's a country. It's not a fucking war, you dumbass.
Genocide, right? Can you follow a line of logic? Can you follow a line of logic,
Did
or
he say he
can't you?
supported the war?
No.
Did he say he supported the war? So don't put words in his mouth.
Well, did Joe? Yeah, that's nonsense.
You don't know anything about
Joe
politics,
Biden,
but last night, no,
weapons over
stop.
there.
Because I'm actually informed. I'm going to say something. Last night,
Biden said
12
words.
hours ago,
Biden.
Joe Biden, Dark B, did a press conference, and at the end of it, condemned Netanyahu and said that this is out of control. He is pushing as hard as possible for ceasefire, and it's unacceptable. And if you followed politics,
It's amazing
you
how
would
that
know he
happens
said
when
that.
Trump
You can
spits on him in the polls.
look at publications today talking about that. But you don't know what you're talking about.
Show me the
did that
quote
happen
of
before or after his
show me
approval
the quote.
rating?
Show me
was
the
over the
quote.
top. Thank you.
Show me the
Angel.
quote of
DTF.
Donald Trump condemning Netanyahu. Just tell me about it.
What do you mean condemning Netanyahu? He's not president. He's not head of the executive branch right now.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when he was. Now, I mean, he's running for president. You understand he's campaigning right now.
Yeah, so anything I say
you don't
is
think it's
theoretical,
important for
Robert.
him to voice what he thinks about what's going on in Israel and Palestine?
It is. So which
Okay,
point?
so you're convinced. You're
So a
convinced.
president says
wait.
Biden
You
is
asked me what my point
That's cool.
was. You asked me what my point
But
was.
I want
Let
somebody
me
to
give
say
you my
something
point
that
then. No,
hurt
shut
my-
up.
hurt my
Shut up.
feelings.
Shut up.
That's how
You asked me
stupid
what
you
my
are.
you asked me what my point was. My point was you are just trying to like take shots at Joe Biden. Donald Trump and the Republicans.
He's a piece of shit.
Wholeheartedly support Israel. If you look at the agreement that what was that agreement called in what's it called? What did they call it?
Abraham Accords?
Abraham Accords. Thank you. The Abraham Accords. You know, they
Now
were,
I know why you keep her around.
yeah, they were virtually just like a bunch of people agreeing to
That wasn't a district.
support Israel. I didn't say district. It was a bunch of people agreeing to support Israel, essentially. That's all it was. Like, he didn't do anything, and he left Palestine out of those negotiations. His entire presidency, anytime they negotiated anything that would affect Israel and Palestine was not at the negotiating table. So
Hey,
you're going to tell me now that when he becomes president, he's suddenly going to step in and he's going to be like, Israel, you got to shape up. That's what you're saying?
More than likely, because what did Trump want to
more
pull
than
out?
likely. He's never done it before. His entire
pulls out
party,
United Nations.
party supports Israel, and he's just going to be the one
Did
Republican
Trump try to
standing.
pull us out of
He's just going to be the
United
one
Nations?
Republican who turns against the party and is like, "I'm pro-Palestine." You think that's what he's going to say?
You're not
You think
gonna say
the
I'm
same guy that
pro-Palestine,
said
you're
I'm
saying I'm
pro-Israel
anti-war.
is going to come out and be like, "I support Palestine"?
No, he's going to say I'm anti-war.
Yeah, but is he going to do anything different?
Do anything different? He tried to pull
Yeah,
us out
what's
of
he
the
going to
UN
do to
once
stop?
before.
What's he going to?
like-
What
I'm
would he
trying
be
to answer
doing
you. He
right
tried
now?
to pull us out of the UN once before.
What would he be doing right now to stop what's
That
happening in
doesn't
Israel
even
and
make
Palestine?
sense.
America and China are the leaders of the Security
What
Council.
would he be doing right now to get us out of this mess?
What would he be doing right now? Nothing. He's
Yeah.
not fucking president, you dipshit.
No, he
If
is
he
doing
was
something.
president,
Wait, can I
dummy.
explain? I think he's doing something right now because I think you would agree in MAGA, you guys are really excited that Trump is in control of the House GOP, right? He's running.
No, he's not.
MAGA Mike is, yes, he is. MAGA Mike is Trump's guy. And right now, the only thing that MAGA cares about, your people that are in your movement are yelling about funding Israel. They want to fund the war in Israel. And the fact that you don't know that is not shocking.
Who is MAGA Mike?
Their response, MAGA Mike, the House Speaker, his response to the border bill.
Oh, another
lobby,
House
his,
Speaker
his
that's gonna say they
response,
support him and
his
turn on him.
response,
Just like Paul Ryan.
His response. Wait, no, MAGA
See, we
Mike.
learn from history.
Hey, dumbass, MAGA Mike did not turn on Trump. He's on Trump's
Oh,
side.
Trump said yesterday, Trump
Paul
said
Ryan
yesterday
was
in a
done
press
second
conference
announced
that he
his
loves him
candidacy.
and he trusts him in his own press conference. You don't even know what the guy you vote for thinks or says. He completely backs MAGA Mike Johnson. He had him installed as speaker,
Well,
as a
the
matter of
thing
fact.
is,
By the way,
I think
yesterday,
And now their goal is to pass aid for Israel, for the war specifically. You don't even know that your party are warmongers.
My party? What are you talking about, my party?
MAGA. So what they did yesterday, what the Republicans did yesterday, is in response to not getting the border bill passed, they decided to try and pass standalone funding to give Israel more funding for their war against the Palestinians. And on that very day, the Speaker of the House, who is pushing this bill to be passed, was praised by President Trump and said he trusts him. You think President Trump just didn't know he was doing that? Trump is that stupid? He doesn't know what's going on? Or does Trump maybe support this too?
I can't speak to his intellect. I'm not him.
Okay, so it's possible that then he's just that stupid.
Could be. I don't know.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean,
cool.
you elected Biden.
He's either stupid or he's instructing his puppet MAGA Mike in the House to fund the war in Israel. It's one or the other. You're voting for an idiot or he's a warmonger. So you get to choose which one.
Wait a minute.
Thank you for this interaction, Friday.
Wait a minute. You guys can pull text
every time it's
messages
enlightening as to how
about
little you
classified
know
documents, but
about
not
what's going on in American politics.
Now we want to go back to classified documents. Now that he tried to shift to Palestine, Israel, he gets dunked on there too. And now we want to go back. So let's go back to Biden and the classified documents. Let's talk about it. Tell me about all the crimes Joe Biden committed with these classified documents.
Well, it's kind of hard to sit there and charge a crime when you know the DOJ.
You know nothing? Yeah, it is difficult for you.
Appointees of who?
Oh, wait, what's the problem here?
When the DOJ, the FBI, they're all appointed by who?
Well, some of them were appointed by Trump and stayed in place. In fact, this particular prosecutor, just so you know, the one that's investigating Joe Biden, Trump appointee.
And the council member.
And what happened is Merrick Garland. And what happened is Merrick. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Merrick Garland and Joe Biden and Merrick Garland. Yeah, because I'm answering your first question. Merrick Garland and Joe Biden decided to allow this person to continue his investigation despite being appointed by Donald Trump because they didn't want to look like they were being biased. Now, again, I just need you to explain to me how an investigation that was opened by Joe Biden calling and saying, can you come look into this, and was closed by an investigator taking personal shots at Joe Biden, but also saying he didn't commit a crime. Can you just explain to me how this is unfair?
I will.
Okay, go ahead.
So you're defending Trump. I'm not Trump, Biden. Saying that he called the NARA. Yeah. Saying he had the documents.
Yeah.
Do we have the phone call?
Yeah, and no, we don't have that. I think you could.
Okay, so it's fucking theoretical in nature. It's not evidence.
Oh, okay. Then why did they show up?
It's explained. Hold on. We can. His lawyers, his White House lawyers contacted NARA lawyers. That's what happened, and you can read it. You can figure this out.
We have the letters.
You too can figure it out.
I can type a fucking letter too. So can my 9-year-old kid.
Okay, so just to be clear, your defense now is that any sort of evidence that exists, you're going to say, I don't believe it, right?
Well, the evidence is
got it. Yeah, no, yeah, got it.
The
investigators agree that this is what happened. The attorneys agree this is what happened. Everybody involved agrees this is what happened. But because it doesn't fit your narrative that Joe Biden's not a criminal, you're going to choose to believe that it's make-believe. And this is what I'm saying about you. You're one of two things. You're either just a provocateur or you're stupid. And I'm not sure which one it is. Because you can read, so I don't think you're that stupid. But what you say is remarkably stupid. So I think you're a provocateur, and I'm bored with you. So
I know you're going to.
I'll give you the yeah. I know. Yeah, I'm bored with you.
Until next time, fried eggs.
I like that he has to keep making new accounts to show up, and he's like, "I don't care about you guys, bro. You're here every day. You're making new accounts just to show up."
He's our biggest fan.
Yeah.
I think he has a crush on me.
Listen, that's possible. And are you thinking about it?
Yeah,
you think that maybe this is somebody you
I think there's something there. I think he's my type. Yeah, I love when people just berate me and insult my intelligence and say misogynistic things about me. Like, I know why you keep her around. Like, ugh.
Yeah, we're past 1 o'clock. I don't think there's opposition. Well, Eric's in the box, but I don't really have time for Eric. And I promised that we would open the box to everybody. So if anybody has anything to say. I will go for another 20 or 30 minutes. Felice, if you're checked out, she's done a lot of work. You're welcome to go.
Stop telling me to leave.
I would never tell you to leave, but I don't want to force you to stay. I want you to stay because you want to be here.
Yeah, I'm like a cat. I go where I please. I'm here for now. Let's talk to some people that don't hate us. I'm excited to talk to some people that don't hate us.
I would just like to ask if you know, SCOTUS, if they would send the Colorado case back to the Colorado Supreme Court, what is it the Colorado Supreme Court is supposed to do with it?
Well, so in the hearing yesterday, when they asked the attorney from Colorado, representing Colorado, that what's next if they don't rule in their favor, he said this is it. So I took that to mean that Colorado has no intention of doing anything more with this decision. And I think the decision will come down that Colorado wasn't allowed to do that. But Colorado's attorney said basically like this is their last step. They don't plan on any more steps after this.
So you don't think SCOTUS will just send it back to them?
It didn't seem like it. I mean, I don't know. It didn't seem like it to me. It seemed like they were weighing it, and it seemed like they, unless they're just trying to overplay the opposite hand, it seemed like they had strong opinions on this.
Okay.
The thing about oral arguments is, I would say it's hard to tell. It's like we shouldn't say based on what we saw yesterday, we know what ruling they're going to make, because SCOTUS can be weird like that. Yeah. But I mean, I've never seen so many justices ever arguing. I've never seen every justice on the court arguing the same point in different ways. So but the point is, it'll be months. Like between oral arguments and the ruling, there's usually months of time, and so we just won't know until we know. Unless like a leaker, what happened to Alito the leaker, and it comes out that the decision's already been written beforehand. That happened before.
If they would decide that Colorado can't do that, then what do they do with where it says that someone can't be part of an insurrection and be in office?
It seemed like what they were leaning on is that their interpretation of that would require a conviction, or at the very least a charge. And they brought up the fact that Jack Smith did not charge Donald Trump for insurrection. So it appears to me that their ruling might be that if you're going to use insurrection as a way to disqualify, at the very least, you would need to be charged with insurrection. I think that's... I don't know if you feel the same, Felice, but that's what I got out of it.
Well, I just want to play devil's advocate to that, because I did, who was it? I think it might have been Lawrence O'Donnell. Someone brought up a good point yesterday, or maybe it was Rachel Maddow, who was like, he was leaning on that, right? Kavanaugh, who, clueless, probably didn't even need to be there, but he kept making that point, like, well, he wasn't charged. And Rachel Maddow was saying, but if he had been charged, do you think Kavanaugh would have showed up to this hearing yesterday and been like, well, he's been charged, so it's an insurrection? Absolutely not. It's just the convenient point that they were, or one of the points they were leaning on to make their case that it didn't look like those justices want to touch this with a 10-foot pole.
Well, will someone have to legally change it so that it says if you've been charged with insurrection?
That's Ketanji Brown Jackson was sort of making that point. Like she was sort of saying like, well, it looks like we need to amend the Constitution to make it more clear. Like, yeah, they did bring that up.
Yeah.
Who does that? 2/3 of the states have to agree, or what's?
No, that'd be Congress. Congress could do that. I would imagine that this is something that they'll recommend that Congress pass a bill on this specific instance. Otherwise, you're going to run into the same problem. Is 50 different states defining insurrection in potentially 50 different ways. I would imagine that would be the recommendation, is that Congress clarify this either through an amendment or just a new law. I wouldn't imagine an amendment, but some sort of law that clarifies.
If they do that with Colorado, then it's the same thing with what, New Hampshire?
What was the reason? I'm trying to remember the
Maine.
reasoning.
It's Maine.
Maine, okay.
I'm trying to remember what the reasoning with Maine was of why it was the same. Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be the same. Maine's was like, it was a different process, but essentially the same
there's a
thing.
little different process. It depends on the state constitutions. That's really what that was one of the issues they were saying. But also, they also make, these are all, a lot of it was circular argument. We just won't know until the actual decision makes, like, what points they're really sticking on, because they were also making the point half the time, well, it says the 14th Amendment, like, he can run for election. We need to let him run. And then Congress decides whether or not he can be seated. Like that was the other point, which is, he according to the 14th Amendment, he can legally run for president, but then Congress through like a 2/3 vote or whatever would decide if he can be president, which is absolutely insane and makes no sense. But like, so we just don't know which one of these arguments, like, were they just arguing points to argue them, or will this be in the decision? Like, we don't know.
Yeah, I listened to the whole thing and it was interesting. All right. I just wanted to ask that. Thank you.
Lori, I love your flag. I think it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Let's see it.
Bye.
Let me check these.
Oh, I just saw that. I didn't see that until you said it. That is a good one. People have such great memes on here.
RTP's Rug sent a donation and just said, I will be the prayer rug for the coven. Coven? Coven.
The coven. Yes. Oh, my. It's going to be a dirty rug.
That's going to be, listen, don't bring your blue light.
Stains.
Don't bring
your black light.
Black light.
What is blue light?
I don't know.
Don't bring your blue light, anyone.
Blue light's that stuff you're supposed to block from your eyes. All right, Diva. Hey, Diva.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I believe Diva is the longest serving mod. I'm pretty sure. Is that right, Diva?
I was your first one, I believe. Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, I've just been listening while I've been working today, but I went ahead to stop because I've been chomping at the bit to say something. I am just what Herr did, the prosecutor Herr, he couldn't get him legally, so he wanted to get him politically. And that's all it was. I know you guys said it, that it was a James Comey moment, because they can't, he's going to be, at the end of the day, he's a MAGA Republican, and he's going to take the cheap shot if he can, because he couldn't get him legally. And it's just so disingenuous and disgusting. And for them to even put in there that he was an old man with memory issues and all that. I distinctly remember that Donald Trump confused a photo of his rape victim for his ex-wife during a deposition. I remember he confused Nikki Haley with Nancy Pelosi 4 times in a row. He said Jeb Bush sent our troops to the Middle East. He thought he ran against and is currently running against Barack Obama. He said President Biden started World War II. He said that Viktor Orban was the leader of Turkey. He said you needed a voter ID to buy bread. He said windmills are causing whales to wash up on the shore. He said windmills cause cancer. He confused North Korea and China. He implied that Dallas is in another country. And he had to be reminded of where he was during a speech in Sioux City. And he claimed Hungary borders Russia.
So there's only one I would add. He forgot he confused his daughter with somebody he could date.
Oh yeah, and magnets work underwater. Who would have thunk?
Who would have thought? Yeah. Oh, that is a walk-off home run, Diva. Well done. I'm
so sick of this garbage. I'm so sick of them.
And it's crazy. It's like, stop. This is pointless. Like the who's more senile argument. Like we got like a 78-year-old and an 80 or whatever it is. Like this is ludicrous. Like who's more senile on what day? Like, are you kidding me? We just need to drop this and talk about the issues.
Somebody in the comments who was that brought up, I had forgotten about that when Trump called Yosemite Yosemite.
Yosemite.
Yeah.
He was talking about the Yosemite National Park. He goes, Yosemite? And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. And all of that was before, you get to like all the fascism, all the fraud, all the essay, all the other stuff. He can't have cancer. He defrauded a cancer charity in Newark so that him and his family are not allowed to have any charities in New York. He defrauded with Trump University, had to refund all those people's money because he took their money. He's a fraudster. He's a shyster. He's all of those things
He drew a new hurricane path with a Sharpie. That's a good one.
Yeah, he drew the Sharpie. The storm was actually going to go into Alabama instead of just Florida because he said it in a gaffe, like he made a mistake. And so instead of just saying, oh, shoot, I meant Florida, he goes and gets a goddamn map and a Sharpie and draws the cone outside of Florida into Alabama.
In a different color, like nobody's going to notice. It was beautiful.
And he didn't even know he was president of Puerto Rico either. Like...
Give me the president of Puerto Rico.
Them paper towels, didn't he,
yeah.
when their power grid failed? He was like, let's give them all paper towels.
Yeah, these people are starving. They lost their homes. They're fucking 8 deep in water, and he's throwing them goddamn paper towels.
No, but he's totally sane. He's totally sane.
Ugh, I'm just the Trumpers and that fried eggs guy. Oh my God, he grinds my gears. I have to turn him down because he brings my blood pressure up so high because he's willfully ignorant, he's willfully obtuse, and he's contrarian on purpose. Even when you make a point, he has to be counter, no matter how stupid he sounds.
I'm not going to make the claim, but I will say 100% for a fact there are people who are paid, specifically provocateurs that are paid by Russians to do exactly what he's doing. Now, I'm not making that claim, but I do know that there are people on this app that is their role. So it would not be shocking, because when you can say the words that he says confidently like that and be that confidently wrong and miss the point on purpose a million times, like it's hard to think that a person like that is using their own brain and they don't just have this agenda to be a provocateur.
Which, by the way, think about how easily those people can make money. Like, on the right, it's much easier to be paid to do something than on the left. Like, none of us on the left are paid by anyone. Like, if you all, you know what I'm saying? Like, these people, yeah, like, you can be an absolute idiot and get paid to just be an idiot. Like, it's must be nice, people on the right.
Exactly. But don't forget, there were airports in 1776, and we rammed those parts. We did.
Right. We ran those ramparts. Diva, take care of yourself in Florida. Take care of Florida for us, too.
I'm trying down here.
I'm so sorry.
And when you're ready to give up, come visit us in Arizona. And maybe, hey, who knows? Maybe we're going to have a communist cruise here soon. So maybe we can get you on the communist cruise.
If I could afford
about the communist cruise to annoy.
If I could afford to get out of Florida, I would. Like, I mean, it's really, I mean, you know, you have to pick up your whole life and move. And that's if you can even sell your house, because nobody wants to buy
moving is a privilege. Yeah, moving is a privilege.
Nobody wants to buy your house down here because you can't get homeowners insurance. That doesn't cost 3 times the national average. And that's if you can even get it. So screw it if you can't sell your house. So where are you supposed to go if you can't sell your house to get a new one? You know, we're just kind of stuck down here in shit stain land. So.
Well, we love you.
Oh my God.
But I'll keep fighting. I'll keep fighting the good fight down here in Florida, because if all the blue people left, we can't turn it. And we got enough signatures to get abortion back on the ballot for this November. We got more than we needed, and they were all verified signatures. And so we might be pulling Ohio down here.
Abortion's on the ballot in Arizona too. Like, this is gonna change the election for us.
I hope so. Well, anyway, I know I appreciate on Fridays you letting people up, because I was dying to get up here and say something.
Of course.
That was
Thanks,
awesome.
Diva.
Thank you so much.
I was about to explode.
Well, I'm glad you made it. We'll see you on Monday.
All right. Love you guys. Have a good day.
Bye. Somebody asked my pick for the Waste Management Open this weekend. I would be dumb if I didn't say Nick Taylor. He's got a 5-shot lead. But if you're looking for a long shot, might I suggest Maverick McNeely? Might I suggest? Miss Julie. And then Jasmine, I see you. You're next.
Yay! We get to hear about Key West.
Hey guys.
Hi, Miss Julie.
Hi. It's not funny me yet. Sorry.
That's okay. We love all the versions of you.
Yeah, you can just be yourself.
Well, I'm still dealing with the med change. I'm waiting for the new meds to come today. So, and in a fit of upset, I left the Discord. So I guess I'll have to ask Jen for an invite to go back.
I
didn't start a fight with anybody. I did not start a fight with anybody, I swear.
Just so you're aware, I was made aware of it right before this live, and I planned on messaging you right after. So I'll talk to you right after.
Oh, please
I am
do.
aware of it, but I was made aware with not enough time before the live started. So I'll message you.
Oh, well, that's sweet. So vacation. Apparently, it's not. Vacation does not start until someone shits their pants.
That's what I hear. Key West is a wild place.
That happened Tuesday at about 3:30 p.m. Last Tuesday.
Would you like to give us any details?
That's how you know you're having fun.
Other than the fact that I had too much Cuban coffee and I was wearing a one-piece swimsuit under my white shorts. So,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Cuban coffee is wild. I lived in Miami for a year. That coffee, it is like a drug. It's amazing.
It's not stevia
Well, I didn't want to wear Depends under my swimsuit, so shame on me, I guess. It was too cold.
Live and learn.
I know, but no, we had a really good time. It was too cold to snorkel, but I got my lobster roll, and we went to the southernmost point, and my older brother set my mom loose in her wheelchair rolling down a pier. And it was, it made for a funny picture. She threw her arms up in the air and yelled, "Whee!" And we have pictures, so that was pretty worthwhile. But no, I ate all sorts of foods I've never had in my life, and we had a really great time. Parasailing was just amazing. So
you threw the water?
No, they dipped us because we asked. Yeah. Now, see, I think it was a setup, because they set me up with my sister-in-law, Alyssa, who I love dearly, but she also happens to be an ER nurse at University of Michigan. So I think she drew the short straw, that in case I either became dislodged from the harness or if I had a major freak out, that somehow she would be the one that was most capable of talking me off that ledge. So, but I'm pleased to say it was pretty uneventful. So it was fun, but nothing bad happened. So
you'd already shit your pants at that point. I mean, it's only up from there.
That was 3 days earlier.
Yeah.
But, apparently we were all being punished for having too much fun, because my older brother and his wife, on their way home, both were sick and locked in the bathrooms on the plane. We drove to Miami to get our flight. There was a bad storm, and tornadoes touched down on the runway, so our flight was so delayed. We missed our connection in Atlanta to get to Detroit, so we were stranded there. In the meantime, 3 other members of our party got stranded in Dallas on their way to Wisconsin. And and to top it off, my brother Steve, the benefactor of the trip, left directly to fly from Key West to Miami to go on the what was it called? The Shiprocked cruise, the 6-day carnival cruise, heavy metal, all day, all night, and
sounds terrible.
On Tuesday, they had gone to Ocho Rios, and some people
That's Jamaica,
got off.
Right?
There was a bad storm. Part of the pier collapsed. As the boat crashed into the pier, it ripped a hole in the hull, flooded a bunch of the crew rooms.
Oh my God.
It left half the people on the island.
Cruises are insane. Cruises are
I'm
wild.
really looking forward to our communist cruise now.
Me too. It's going to be wild.
I want to be in the cocoon of commie love on that cruise. I just need to be.
We're going to book a bunch of rooms on a cruise and scare the rest of the Americans. Be like, we're all we're all Marxists.
That's beautiful. Well, Miss Julie, I'm glad you're back.
I'm back. I guess I'm a traveler now. Not that kind of traveler, because those people are crazy. But no, and I guess we're going to Hawaii in 2 years to do it again.
Hell yeah, that's wonderful. I hope that the flights are better next time.
Yeah, because my brother flew as first class, which was pretty exceptional. So I had the charred coochie plate on the way out on the flight. That's how you say it, right? Charred coochie.
Yeah,
it's a delicacy.
It was a little salty. I was concerned, but on the way back, on the second leg of the flight, I got sat in the very last seat of steerage by the toilet. I was losing my mind.
Boy, what a dichotomy that was. That's quite a change. Yeah.
But it wasn't so much that I'm supposed to be in first class, but it was like my ass is the size that it needs the first class seat. I was just not, there was this dude next to me, man, spreading over into my seat. It was just a very long flight.
Man spreading.
Very, yeah.
Well,
so it was fun though.
We're thrilled to have you back.
It was fun, you know, and to the people that contributed to my trip fund, and yes, I did get my $30 Best on Key West lobster roll, and it was spectacular. And I got a cute jewelry set that reminds me of my mom. And I got this really awesome sign. It looks like a clothes sign, but it says, "Sorry, we're stoned. Come back later." So I think everybody should have one.
Yeah, that's
of those.
going to be me in about an hour. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, I didn't wake and bake today, but I think I'm about to now. So I just wanted to check in and let you guys know I'm back. My trip was fun. It was stressful because there were 21 of us there at one point.
Oh, wow.
Including
21.
Yeah, including 3 children under the age of 5. So it was a little wild.
The party poopers, yeah.
Traveling is stressful. That's the thing about vacations, that you need a vacation from the vacation, especially when it's your family.
I'm
I know
home and I'm
exactly what
like
you mean.
kind of stunned. I'm like, oh my God, I never people at all. And I was doing some hardcore peopling, but it was
Yeah,
it was
trust
really
me, I'm the
great.
same way because I'm alone all the time. Like this is going to start sounding pathetic, but I literally hang out alone all the time. So when I am forced to be around like a lot of people, my family members, whatever, yeah, it's like shocking to me. I'm like, why is everyone talking? I'm used to sitting alone.
Yeah, so that was a little weird, but it was good. It was really good. That's the most time I've spent with my brothers and my sister probably since we were kids. So it was really fantastic. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for being so awesome about it and letting me talk about it and letting me be up here even when I'm not being my usual ridiculous self. But yeah, I did.
Well, you
poop my
showed flashes.
pants and
You showed flashes of it, so that was good. You
I
gave people a
did
taste.
poop my pants and I ate burnt coochie on a plane. So
I love
what are
it,
you
Miss
gonna
Julie.
do?
I will
All
talk to you
right,
shortly.
I love you guys.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right,
message
have
you
a
after
great
this.
weekend.
You too.
Okay, love you both. Bye.
Thanks, Miss Julie. That was very kind of everybody to pitch in for that vacation, make sure she got things. Jasmine, I think that was right. Hi, Jasmine.
Hi, Jasmine.
Cool. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna keep it brief. I just wanted to come up here, if that's okay, and speak a little bit on the coin cot. I know you guys are participating.
Yeah.
And Mr. Jones, and Peach Loves, who help develop coin cot. I know that they're going until the end of the month. I'm not saying you have to, but I just wanted to spread the word about what I've been hearing in a couple other lives that, to further help with like why CoinCot was started, because this platform oftentimes will shadow ban, BIPOC creators. And I know Peach Loves, who helped start it, even emphasize like when, people say racial slurs and just crazy things on this app and it comes back, no violation. So I just wanted to spread the word that, a couple creators are doing CoinCon. I know it's supposed to end today, like the 2nd to the 9th, but a couple of them are going to the end of February. So I don't know if you guys want to, or, there's other people in the comments who may go live often. I just wanted to put that out there that, creators are trying to continue the boycott a little bit longer and really get the attention of TikTok. Yeah, that's all I had to share.
I appreciate that. Look, when this happened, somebody told us about it in the comments. I called Jones. We talked. Jones explained it to me. It's a no-brainer. We agree that it was a problem. I'll just talk to Felice offline, but I imagine that
I'm on board.
All right, fuck it. Yeah, we're gonna go till the end of the month then. Yeah, we're also in till the end of the month. And this also reminded me that I forgot to call Jones back yesterday, and I'm the worst. And so this is a good reminder. I got to call him back because I forgot.
All right, thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jasmine. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
You too.
That was an easy discussion. All right, well, we're doing it till the end of the month. CoinCot continues.
How do you
and
say
then
no to that?
Galactic Macaroni. Isn't there?
Galactic Macaroni is a good name.
we talk? Were you just in the requests, or I've seen this name before? Galactic Macaroni, welcome.
Hey, how's it going? I wasn't here last time during the Saturday Live when we were dunking on you for. We're dunking on Boston Brian.
Yeah. What's up?
I've got another study for you on how Republicans are terrible.
I'm ready.
Oh, love it.
Exposure to political disparagement humor, its impact on trust in politicians. Just basically go look at studies relating to Republicans not being able to understand or evaluate humor. They literally do not lack. They literally don't have the function to understand a lot of the jokes that we know.
I know what you're talking. Yeah, and there's a lot of sociological studies on this. There's like a third of our country that literally can't understand like inference, like different types of reference. Yeah, it's sad. We're in a bad way in this country.
It's interesting. They co-op, like they're always like it's cancel culture, but like if you look at the history of comedians in this country, none of them have been like none of the good ones are ever conservative. Sometimes you look back on their comedy and it's conservative by like today's standards, but like at the time it was progressive. There's no such thing as like a solid conservative comedian, at least that I can think of. Maybe if you want to count, what's that guy that doesn't curse?
No, I'm just kidding.
Jesse Waters, yeah. What's the guy that doesn't curse that's really funny? The Mormons love him. I forget his name. Somebody help me.
Barking up the wrong tree there.
Yeah.
Avoiding whoever it is, I don't want to know. I don't ever want to.
You guys are going to know who I'm talking about.
A Mormon comedian?
He's actually funny, but Sinbad, shut the fuck up.
Donny Osmond. Is it Donny Osmond?
It's not Nate Bargatze. Are you guys kidding me with this? Nobody knows this. What is his name? This is going to drive me nuts. Jeff Dunham. These are terrible jokes. Nobody knows who I'm talking about. This is crazy. His name is
James Comer.
Oh my god, Jeff Foxworthy Bergotts. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'll type in Mormon's favorite. Brian Regan. There it is. Brian Regan.
Not Dean Cook. Okay.
It's Brian Regan. You guys should look up Brian Regan. You can watch Brian Regan with your children.
I don't know what that means. But.
I mean, like you're not going to say anything.
It's a family show,
shit.
you mean?
Yeah,
it's
like a family show. That's what I meant.
Is this where you got all your dad jokes? Because if that's what he's doing, we don't want to hear that. We have to hear.
Oh yeah, boo,
boo, hiss.
All right.
Terrible jokes.
Maybe don't watch. Yeah, maybe don't watch it. I don't know.
Yeah, Dane Cook's awful. I agree.
I know that you weren't there for the last one. But the last study that I had given Jay and Boston Brian that Saturday was frontal lobe damage that exists in fundamental religiousness.
Oh, I know. Yeah, like in cults too. Like it's like there's a part of your brain that literally like cognitive dissonance sets in. Yeah, it's a shame.
You brought some up right when you jumped on. What was the title of the study so I can look this up?
This one, the one today.
Yeah.
We have this one, the politics of being funny, humor styles, trait, humorous, and political orientations. And then another one we have exposure to political disparagements, humor, its impact and trust on politicians. That's less to do with Republicans not getting jokes, more to do with like how we trust politicians post jokes and who understands it more. Shocker, Republicans fall for things easier.
If any of you haven't spent a great deal of time around Republicans, specifically Republican men, all jokes are just gay jokes or dick jokes. All of them. That's they're all repeat jokes. They're all recycled jokes. And the laughter is more like, oh, I've heard that before. It's not that they're actually funny, but that's what it's like hanging around conservatives, just like gay jokes and dick jokes. That's it. That's the.
Oh no, it's also misogynistic jokes like, oh, you're a woman,
yeah.
You're a woman. Yeah, because being a woman's is funny and offensive, right? Like, yeah, it's amazing. They really are all comedians.
Yeah, very funny people. Very funny people. All right, brother. I appreciate it. I dropped those in the Discord. We may do another week. I will go live at some point this weekend, maybe tonight. So we'll see.
Oh.
I'll let you guys know. But you're the last one in the box. Any last words? Galactic Macaroni.
Nothing. Appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate
We
it. Thank
appreciate
for
you. I love a study. If you have good studies, let me follow you. Don't tempt me with a study. I'm following you, so you can message me about these studies directly. I'm always here for them, and I like to throw them in Republicans' faces.
I got you too. Thank you, brother. We'll see you soon. All right, that's it for today. Let me make sure to go through the gifts, see if I missed any before we bounce out of here.
It's Friday. We made it through one of the craziest weeks. I didn't think on Wednesday, I was like, I'm not making it through this week. This is the week I die of a spontaneous
Galactics in Discord. Great.
Okay, but yeah, anyways, yeah, you can. Oh, then I guess I'll follow you. Yeah, I can follow you on there too. But I'm easier to get a hold of probably in TikTok. I don't know. I spend a lot of time in TikTok making content, so I think I see more messages in TikTok than I do. I'm always in TikTok. It's kind of depressing.
What are the chances you make it through election day? Like percentage?
I have an eye twitch. You know when you get stressed and you get like an eye twitch? Yeah, it started when Fried Eggs was up here. Like I'm like, that's why I'm doing this. If anyone's wondering what I'm doing, I'm like trying to get my eye to stop. So it's not good. We should do like betting on whether or not I'm alive on election night. And probably if I make it that far, I'll spontaneously die that night. Yes, all the eye twitch, Jen. It's here.
All right, here's a couple messages. Potassium. Happy Friday. Tell everyone to go clear out Felice's Amazon wish list. I didn't know you had an Amazon wish list, but you do. Jennifer has said this is a down payment for the commune reservation. And
it's going to be wild. This is going to be the coolest commune of all time. We could really probably all make a big difference working and living together. I don't see anything that could go wrong. I mean, some communes have ended in, I don't know, doomsday cults, but this won't be that.
If there is a commune,
no Kool-Aid.
If there is a commune, I think it's just safe to say that I should not be in charge of anything, and I should just be used for entertainment purposes. And I know my role.
The dad jokes. You could do the jokes. I know my role. Terrible jokes.
Super Bowl weekend, bang bang, Niner gang, fuck the Chiefs, but it's okay. We still love Taylor Swift. Look, there's nothing I want to see more than Taylor Swift consoling her boyfriend. And making more Republicans mad. I hope that's all they show in the post game, but I hope it's my Niners winning by 1 billion. So go Niners. Some of you we may see this weekend, some we may not. CoinCot continues. It turns out CoinCot continues.
Turns out this CoinCot continues. I think this is. I think this is great. I think it's super valuable for us to do this. I like it. I like what we're doing. I feel like we're doing something.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We will see you sometime this weekend. And if not this weekend, we'll see you Monday morning and every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m.
Jay will be hungover on Monday morning.
I will. 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Friday. You can find us right here. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the love. Go Niners.
Later, Gators.